Call the meeting to order. City of Laredo regular council meeting, 1110 Houston Street, Laredo, Texas, November 18, 2024, 5:30 p.m. All stand for a pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. We have only one citizen's comment. A roll call, sorry. Roll call. Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, Dr. Victor D. Trevino,
Present?
Councilmember District 1, Gilbert Gonzalez, Councilmember District 2, Ricardo Rangel Jr., Councilmember District 3, Melissa Cigarroa,
Present.
Councilmember District 4, Albert Torres Jr.,
Here,
Mayor Pro Tem, Ruben Gutierrez Jr.,
present.
Councilmember District 6, Dr. Tyler King, Councilmember District 7, Vanessa Perez, Councilmember District 8, Alisa Cigarroa.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of November the 4th, 2024 as presented by the city secretary.
Motion?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. We'd like to start with communications. Number one, Mayor Dr. Victor Trevino to present the keys to the city of Laredo to Texas Representative Tracy King for his public service to the community of Laredo, which is part of District 80 since 1984. Before I bring up the representative, I want to say the presentation of the keys to the city, which is the highest honor bestowed by the mayor, to Representative King is a well-deserved recognition for a life of public service to the community of Laredo. Representative King is an example of someone who has placed his community before any political party affiliation and has worked with everyone. His leadership will be sorely missed, but not forgotten.
Mayor, before we continue, just some housekeeping rules. I'll make a motion to move up communications from the supplemental agenda, Roman numeral number 2, item number 1, which was just read into the record by you.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Noraida? It will be in place of Noraida. Or your comments, please?
Public comments?
No,
No.
for the key to the,
We're in the keys.
Good afternoon, honorable mayor, esteemed members of the city council, and distinguished guests. For the record, my name is Isabel Sosa Castañeda, Public Information Specialist for the city of Laredo. It is my privilege to introduce Texas Representative Tracy O. King, an exceptional leader and dedicated public servant. Representative King has proudly served the people of Texas House District 80 since first being elected in 1994. His district encompasses the counties of Dimmitt, Frio, Maverick, Uvalde, and Zavala, Texas. And his unwavering commitment to these communities is a hallmark of his service. Throughout his tenure, Representative King has championed issues critical to the well-being and prosperity of our region. He has been a strong advocate for agriculture, water resource management, public education, a rural health care priorities reflecting his deep understanding and his constituents' unique challenges and opportunities. As a legislator, Representative King has built a reputation for his collaborative approach and ability to forge bipartisan partnerships to deliver meaningful results. Among his notable accomplishments are efforts to safeguard water resources in South Texas investments in infrastructure, and initiatives to expand economic development opportunities across rural Texas. Beyond his work in Austin, Representative King is a devoted family man and a respected member of his community, where he exemplifies the values of service and stewardship that define great leaders. His leadership continues to inspire, and his dedication to fostering progress and opportunity is a source of pride for all Texans. We are honored to have Representative Tracy O. King with us today.
Congratulations. Representative King. The key of the City of Laredo presented to Tracy O. King, State Representative, District 80, for his lifelong public service and contribution to the community of Laredo, Texas since 1994, presented by Mayor Dr. Victor D. Trevino, November the 18th, 2024.
Mayor, can we get a group picture with Lupita and Cheryl?
Yeah, they'd like one
One.
too. Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the staff, Lupita, or it's just?
I'm going to take one more picture. 1 second, please. 1, 2, 3. One more. Thank you.
This one,
Okay.
just talking.
Yeah, he picks me up here. That's good. Well, thank you. This is indeed an honor and a privilege. Mayor, City Council, thank all of you so much. I think of all the campaigns that we run. Cheryl, I want to recognize Cheryl King. She's my wife. She's here with me today. Lupita Cepeda, who's the finest district administrator in the state of Texas. She's with me today. Thank you, Lupita. I'm reminded when we ran our first campaign, I always tell the story. We were waiting on the election results, and I told Cheryl, I said, honey, I said, what do you think? She said, I said, I've given 100 speeches all over the district. What do you think? And she said, well, you actually have given one speech 100 times, and I got to listen to it every time, and we're going to be fine. And we were. And I appreciate the wonderful introduction that you read. I just wish that all the voters had known all those nice things about me over the years. But it's such an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you. It's good to see some old friends here. Laredo has always been so good to me each and every time that we ran for re-election. And we represented Laredo for the first 10 years in the legislature. And then we have redistricting, and they moved us into the Eagle Pass area. And we represented them for 10 years, made a lot of good friends. And then they moved us back to Laredo for the last 10 years. And so I've had the honor of representing Laredo. But, you know, it was interesting. I never quit getting the calls from the constituents here in Laredo. Even when I had Eagle Pass, they'd call and they said, we know you're not the state rep right now, but we know you can help us. And so I appreciate it so much. It's been a good ride, and we were able to do a lot of good things, particularly on water and infrastructure issues. I was fortunate enough to serve 14 sessions in the legislature, and I was a chairman for 7 of those sessions of different committees that the speaker at the time, whoever it was kind enough to appoint me to. And I always wanted to serve in the legislature. I went to American Legion Boys State when I was a junior in high school, and between your junior and senior year, they send you, and at Boys State, you set up a mock government, state government, all the way from City Hall, all the way up to the governor's office. And I actually ran for a seat in the Texas House of Representatives and won a seat in the Texas House of Representatives during Boys State when I was between my junior and senior year in high school. And so it was a dream of mine that I was able to do when I was 32 years old when I got elected. So, and I'm older than that now. But anyway, God bless each and every one of you, and thank you so much for having me here today.
Oh, Mayor. Don't mind if I say one quick thing?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Representative King, I just wanted to say, pleasure meeting you and knowing you over the last couple of years. I'll say I ran for election after only 2 years living in Laredo, and I think maybe the only reason I won is because they thought they were voting for you. So appreciate.
We only had about 500 signs.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Anybody else?
Oh, Mary? Representative King, I just want to thank you for your wisdom and your kindness and always being willing to share your perspective. I think especially for the ones who are new to council, it was really wonderful to hear you speak, and I just wanted to thank you for that. I will always treasure that and appreciate that.
Representative King, thank you, Mayor. Met you 10 years ago or so. I was still a police officer. You met me at the Laredo International Airport. And I had never heard you speak before until that day. And your voice reminded me tons of Randy Travis, the country music singer. And I asked you to sing us a song. You haven't sung it for us yet. I'm still waiting for that. So I want to say thank you for everything you've done for the city of Laredo. You have done so many things here. The list is endless, literally. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts, from the city of Laredo, from the staff here, because what you've done for us will always, always be known. And I thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
King, I just want to congratulate you. Thank you so much. I don't know when you took the oath, but thank you so much for abiding by it and being the example to all of us and staying, leading by example to so many of us, being transparent, staying anti-corruption and all that. You're just an example in so many ways to me. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Representative King, I think everything has been said, but having visited several times with the city during our legislative sessions, I can say that Representative King was one of the many people we visited, but one of the very few that always delivered. And we're very, very proud of that because you represented, like you mentioned, Laredo and Webb County on and off. But just like Eagle Pass, I hear from other council members, commissioners, and county leaders that you never forgot about Laredo. And you usually see a lot of people that represent different counties have a primary focus in their hometown or their home county. And Tracy King was always on top of every county, and I can say that he always did it for Webb County very, very well. And at your event, at your farewell event, I mentioned you are an honorary Laredoan because you fought for Laredo as if you lived in Laredo, and you did your job extraordinarily well for all the counties you represented. And we're very proud of the relationship that we established with you as leaders, but most importantly, the friendship that you brought to many, many of us at a personal level and a professional level, because Tracy King was always a phone call away when we needed him, whether it was to have a friend to vent to for something political or even most importantly for any city issue we had. So thank you very much for always contributing those virtues to all of us.
Anybody else? Thank you. Let's get one more round of applause.
I appreciate all the kind words, and I just want to add that that I always tried to represent all of the counties that were in the district. There was about 11 or 12 of them by the time it was all over with over the years with redistricting. I always tried to represent them in a nonpartisan manner. People said, well, you work very bipartisan. I said, no, I was nonpartisan. And I thought it was the best way to do it. And I just want to emphasize again how much help Lupita was to me. And I couldn't have gotten here without the help of Cheryl, my wife, all these years. There's no telling how many campaign signs she's put up and how many miles she's walked and how many newspapers she's clipped, helping us out over the years. So thank you, Cheryl.
Right. We'll proceed with number 6, communications.
So moved.
Motion,
Second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Update on discussions with Mexican counterparts in preparation for a possible migrant caravan heading to the southern Texas border. I had an opportunity to meet with Alcaldesa Carmelita Cantu Rosas and her staff on the progression of a migrant caravan through Mexico and heading to the southern border so that they can reactivate their migrant campsites as they approach our border. But a little background, the new migrant caravan crossed the Mexican border with Venezuela at Tapachula, Chiapas on or about November the 5th, and they will take about 40 or 50 days to around December the 15th to the 25th to arrive. Several of the migrants are anticipating a change in immigration policy, so they're trying to make it across the border before President-elect Trump takes office. Out of the 3,000 migrants that include families, we are anticipating that a very small portion of these individuals will actually make it to the border. Most of them will stay in Mexico. The long-term solution has to be collaborative with Mexico on detaining them at their borders. There are about 40 to 50,000 displaced migrants within Mexico. This is the end of my update, and I will keep the council and the EOC informed as more information is shared on our weekly meetings. And to talk about the emergency management director.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We skipped over citizen comments, and I do know there's at least one.
Yes, we'll get to them after we do this.
Mayor, before you move to the next communication, may I make a comment on
Go ahead.
communication one? So, I don't know if this is relevant or not, but I know that President Trump made an announcement today about, once he takes office, one of his primary focuses will be to use the military to start, I'm assuming, massive deportations of illegal immigrants in the United States. And I think that there's going to be an impact of some sort to border communities, especially Laredo, if those massive deportations start. He's made that comment or that announcement today. And I just want to make sure that as a border community and as the #1 port, that we're ready for whatever that impact will bring to our city. And I don't know if that's something that would tie in I know that, and if I understood your communication, Mayor, correctly, you spoke about caravan coming in to the United States. Is that correct? A potential caravan trying to
Yes.
get in, I'm assuming before President-elect Trump takes office. I'm now addressing potentially something that you can discuss with our emergency management coordinator. If that is the case, based on what President-elect Trump announced today of using the military to start sending migrants back to Mexico or wherever it is that we start preparing for whatever implications that may bring for border communities, and maybe something that you can also bring up with the Border Mayors Coalition as we prepare for the Trump administration coming in January next year.
Yes. All right, thank you. You know, before we proceed, I'd like to move up item number 25, and we'll get to citizens'
So
comments.
moved.
Motion, second? Second?
Yes, sir, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 25, a resolution canvassing the returns and declaring the election results of the general election and special election of the city of Laredo held on November 5th, 2024, for the purpose of electing city officials for city council districts 4, 5, 7, and 8, and for the proposed charter amendment propositions.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
I provided the return sheets from the Webb County Elections Office to all the council members. And if I can go over the names.
Go ahead.
And for Council Member District 4, Tanya Benavides received 1,667 votes, 29%. Osvaldo Valdi Guzman Jr., 719 votes, 12.51%. Rick Garza, 1,922, 33.43%. Manfredo M. Salinas, 156 votes, 2.71%. Ismael Lozano, 586, 10.19%. Write-ins, 699, 12.16%. And of those 699, 685 were for Priscilla Gordiloca Trevino, and 14 of those votes were not certified. There will be a runoff between Tanya Benavides and Rick Garza. And we do have a council item, number 25, to call for a runoff election for the next item. For District 5, Jose Osvando, 1,394, 15.66%. Jesse A. Perez, 2,338, 26.27%. Ruben Gutierrez Jr., 5,169, 58.07. Ruben Gutierrez Jr. is the winner for District 5. Michelle Molina, 3,080, 41.23% for District 7. Vanessa Perez, 3,838, 51.37%. Felipe Flipper Ramirez, 553, 7.40%. And Vanessa Perez winning with 51% wins District 7. Horacio G. Palacios, 391 votes for District 8, 8.07%. Alisa Cigarroa, 3,621, 74.77%. Sergio Dorantes, 165, 3.41%. Luxandra Guerra, 666, 13.75%. Ms. Alisa Cigarroa is the winner in District 8. For the 11 propositions, Proposition 1, 49,643 in favor, that's 87.33%. Against, 7,205, 12.67. Proposition 2, in favor, 40,893, 72.55%. Against, 15,469, 27.45%. Proposition 3, 32,797, 58.12%. Against, 23,636, 41.88%. Proposition 4, in favor, 48,671, that's 85.25%. Against, 8,423, 14.75%. Proposition 5, in favor, 35,792, 64.23%. Against, 19,936, 35.77%. Proposition 6, in favor, 36,375, that's 65.11%. Against, 19,490, 34.89%. Proposition 7, in favor, 41,024, 74.43%. Against, 14,093, 25.57%. Proposition 8, in favor, 33,999, 60.57%. Against, 22,137, 39.43%. Proposition 9, in favor, 46,400, 83.08%. Against, 9,449, 16.92%. Proposition 10, in favor, 37,161, 68.08%. Against, 17,422, 31.92%. Proposition 11, in favor, 40,232, 73.48%. Against, 14,522, 26.52%.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution, the returns, and declaring the election results of the general election and special election of the city of Laredo held on November the 5th, 2024, for the purpose of electing the city council officials for city council districts 4, 5, 7, 8, and the proposed charter amendment propositions as read into the record by the city secretary.
Second.
Mayor, if I may, just specifically, I ask that that motion declare that the charter amendments are adopted. That's what's required by
I
the.
will amend my motion to reflect what the city attorney has recommended, that the propositions become effective immediately.
Yes.
I will accept the amendment as well.
Okay, motion second as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay. We will go into,
Mayor, just a question if I may.
yes, go ahead.
Mr. Gwen, so all the propositions take immediate effect. Does that mean that the mayor starts voting on everything today?
Yes.
So it could be the fifth contributing vote or the type, whatever it is.
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
So now the mayor, for the record, will vote on anything for, against, or abstain.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask if we can do, if we're in the, if we can do the resolution also for the runoff, calling the runoff election?
I'll make a motion to bring up item number 26 as per the request of the city secretary.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mayor,
Motion passes. Yes.
as presented, on the contract and attachment, the early voting locations originally in the contract were Billy Hall Junior Administrative Building, the Laredo Medical Center, Margarito Benavides Rec Center, UISD Service Center, and the Joe A. Guerra Library. On the December 14, the election day locations were Laredo Medical Center, Margarito Benavides Recreation Center, UISD Service Center, and the Joe A. Guerra Public Library, with the contract amount of $50,409.67. Today, late this afternoon, I did receive a call from the Webb County Elections Office that we needed to change the two locations for the early elections and election day also, and the contract amount. The locations that now are being recommended, the Billy Hall for the early voting, Billy Hall Junior Administrative Building, the Laredo Specialty Hospital instead of Laredo Medical Center, Margarito Benavides Recreation Center, the Webb County Appraisal District instead of the UISD Service Center, and the Joe Guerra Public Library. For December 14, we will use Margarito Benavides Recreation Center, Webb County Appraisal District, Joe A. Guerra Public Library, and Laredo Specialty Hospital. And the contract amount has changed from $50,409.67 to $241.12.
Is there a reason, Mayor, if I may be?
Go ahead.
Is there a reason why the amount changed, Mr. Maldonado?
The amount changed from the discussions that I had with the county. Originally, the calculations that they had made were incorrect. In the past, the runoff election was shared. So this time, we're assuming 100%
Of the cost.
of the cost, because we're the only ones having a runoff election.
So the 50,000 reflected a I'm assuming, according to the numbers, a 50%.
Yes, sir.
Shared cost, if
Yes.
anybody else had a runoff in Rio Bravo or El Cenizo or the county or anything to that effect. So we assume now the whole cost of the
Whole
election.
cost, yes.
I have a question on, Mr. Maldonado. The Billy Hall is out of District 4. Is there a specific reason why
The,
Billy Hall is being
the,
recommended?
the reason that they told me that they have to have a main, location, and that is the location that the county, is recommending to have their main building.
Like a central voting
The
station?
central voting, yes, sir.
statute.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the recommendation of the Elections Office and the City Secretary as presented, declaring the Billy Hall Building as the central location for the runoff election for District 4, and accepting Laredo Specialty Hospital, the Margarito Benavides Recreation Center, the Webb County Appraisal District Office, and the Joe Guerra Public Library for an amount not to exceed $100,241.12.
Second.
Motion second.
Mayor, for a question.
Go ahead.
Did they explain why they changed some of the locations? For example, the Laredo Medical Center to specialty. I'm just worried people have harder time finding that location, and like, did they give rationale for these changes? Did the hospital request it? I mean, why?
Some of the reasons that they gave me were basically UISD, they were not able to negotiate with UISD to get the location on Saunders. Originally they did, and they told me that UISD had opted out. That was one of the main reasons. And then Laredo Medical Center, apparently that the county had been getting a lot of complaints about the parking and the long distance of walking from the parking over to the building inside.
Okay,
And
got it.
the specialty hospital was more closer with the parking also.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
Would it be possible if we could also include,
But there's a motion and a second.
for both of you, that we appropriate just a few more funds so that we can get signage on Saunders? So that we can announce that the specialty hospital will be the voting place there for that week of early voting? A banner, one of the 4x8 signs that indicate on two sides that the specialty hospital is where the voting will be, and maybe smaller signs at Laredo Medical Center and at the UISD Service Center, if that's where voting occurred before, people will tend to gravitate to where they previously voted. That way they know to go to other places. And we can direct them and guide them to the proper voting polls.
Mayor, I'll make an amendment to include the request of Councilmember Melissa Cigarroa contingent to the locations agreeing to have those signs at the locations. I know the Elections Office provides the vote here and arrows and stuff, but whatever we can do to ensure that the public has accessibility to the polling sites, I think does not hurt the electorate, so.
Mayor, and just to clarify, in discussing with the county, they give us the contract amount and they indicate that it could vary a little bit. At the end, they tally all their costs and it could vary.
Mayor, therefore, with that, I amend my motion to approve the estimate provided and read into the record, but to authorize the city secretary, the city manager, and legal to proceed with the release of payment as to whatever the amount will be in accordance to the election invoice.
All right, motion as amended.
As amended.
Go ahead.
For the site change for LMC, was there an attempt to ask LMC if they would reserve parking? That's what we did in advocating for the site at TAMU. One of the issues was also related to parking, and they were they sectioned off spots so that voters had priority. Was that an attempt at all?
Well, the negotiations or the discussions occurred with Webb County since they were doing the election with Laredo Medical Center. They did have several discussions, and they basically indicated that the location next to it was more convenient for the voters. But they did have, they started discussions since last week.
Okay. All right, call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And before we go on, I do want to congratulate all the council returning. And we saw the will of the people being exercised and seen. I also want to thank the public for allowing the mayor to vote after 42 years of the mayor not voting. This was brought back, and I do want to thank the public for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Right. We'll continue with citizen comments. Roque Godinez.
Thank you for having me over. My name is Roque Odinez, Mayor, Council members. I'm gonna start out real quick. Mayor, first you say that we don't get involved with suggestions. The thing is, we do get involved, but nobody listens to us. That's the experience. I've gotten involved with a lot of things, and nothing has been done. And the last one we had, we came here to vote against rezoning Clark between Seymour and Ejido, and you brought it back on the table. Even Dr. Galo came with his lawyer. We talked about not passing it, and you still brought it back in. It's one of the things. And then, waste it. Stop wasting our money, all of you. Think about it. Y'all work together and say, do we need this or we don't need it? We had fake cactuses on Clark. They're gone now. Thank God. It was a waste. We had fake, the colonial poles. Forget about it. Hide signs. Who wants to know where you're at? We've gotten so congested. The traffic is horrible nowadays. Get rid of the medium. In McPherson, from Saunders all the way up, there's nothing in the middle. The traffic flows better for everybody, a lot safer. You put 100 oak trees in Clark, wasted money. 20 have already died, so you're going 120 oak trees. What do they cost? An estimate? Nobody knows because I've gotten different ones. But we're way over tens of thousands of dollars spent there, wasted. Not only the trees, the workforce. They go out there. They have to water every day. When it's coming down, they're still watering right now the plants. They have started at 5 o'clock in the morning. I've seen them as late as 9:30 at night, watering those 100 oak trees. People, I know the people behind me know what an oak tree looks like. They're huge, and they're small right now. This is a waste of money, and it's going to be worse. I'll be gone by the time they grow so big, because they grow really big, and just to maintain them costs a lot of money. Whose money? Taxpayers' money. Y'all work together and say, you know what? Let's not waste our money. Let's prioritize it to the water that we all need. Don't waste it. Work together. Your ideas can work together better than this is my idea. What do you think about it? Work together. If you go down medium on McPherson again, there's no weeds in the middle. Why? Because there's no medium. Go up Clark. Even where you had all those poles out there, all those fake cactuses, palm trees, you got trash in the middle, you got weeds growing. Who's maintaining? We are. You might have allocated hundreds of thousands of dollars to put those plants out there, but it's going to cost more in the future to maintain, and they're going to be more hazardous to everybody in the family. So please listen to us, because we have talked about it out there, and everybody in my neighborhood says, I've gone up to y'all with suggestions, and what happens? We get ignored. The last time my wife called for the city street, the man screamed at her and told her to be quiet, not to talk that way, and he doesn't have to answer to anybody but himself. He wouldn't even come down to our area to talk about it. Give me 30 seconds more.
All right.
Like one of your council persons said, stop spending
You
money
wrap it up
on
because
things that we
we-
don't need. I know, I heard him.
Go ahead, wrap it up.
Stop spending money on things that we don't need. Make it worth our while for everybody, for the safety of everybody, including all of our families and the people that come and see us. Make Laredo beautiful again.
All right.
And don't fight against each other. Work together, please, guys. Love you all. Take care.
Thank you.
God bless you all.
Clara Mansur. Chara Mansur, sorry.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Hoy venimos con una propuesta distinta. Hoy venimos a entregar una foto del equipo Tecos que nos hizo muy orgullosos a todos los ciudadanos de los dos Laredos. La foto del equipo 2024 que nos llevó a la final de la zona norte por segundo año consecutivo y queremos a ustedes que tanto nos han apoyado entregarles este reconocimiento.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Gracias.
Si nos pudiéramos tomar una foto con ustedes aquí dándoles el reconocimiento.
Okay, ready? You got to. Here, please. 1, 2, 3. Smile, please. And the other one like that. Ready, thank you.
Sí, una más, por favor. Una, dos, tres. Listo, muchas gracias. Ah, permítame, ¿me lo pueden acomodar? Más bajito de este lado. Y más abajito para que no les tape mucho las caras. Muy bien. Thank you. Okay, let's try it again. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Afternoon.
council members. I'm here to talk about my experience as a member in the Laredo Animal Care Services Committee. My name is Luz Infante, and I'm a retired state employee, but I've continued working as a licensed real estate agent in Texas. I've been involved in animal rescue for approximately 10 years. During these years, I've established good relationships with shelters and rescues in Texas and out of state. Last year, Councilmember Melissa Cigarroa invited me to represent her district on the Animal Care Service Advisory Committee. I always kept Ms. Cigarroa up to date on the topics discussed in the meetings, especially after the new subdirector, Ms. Bluestone, started implementing policies that I knew had been implemented in other cities and had failed by making the stray problem bigger. It was disappointing to see how lax never presented these policies to the committee for recommendations. These are two policies that are making our stray population worse. Surrenders, unwanted pets are only accepted by appointment, and the waiting time can be over 30 days. This also applies to Good Samaritans, who finds friendly lost dogs, cats, or even abandoned kittens on the street. LAX is a taxpayer-funded shelter. It should be open door policy to serve the constituents. Effective August 2024, LAX stopped picking up stray cats, leaving the public with a TNR program as the only option. This is a big responsibility that is being passed on to the community. And what about those who do not want to participate? Animal control needs to prioritize their efforts when picking up stray dogs. The longer they stay on the streets, the more they multiply and contract diseases such as tick fever. It is animal cruelty to leave these animals to fend for themselves and suffer a slow death. To survive, dogs form packs, which can be dangerous for our community. I tried to forewarn council members Melissa Cigarroa, Alisa Cigarroa, since their districts will be the first ones to feel the impact of more strays left on the street. Still, they seemed unable to do anything about it. I also contacted Chamberlain, Dr. Chamberlain, and Mr. Landin with my concerns regarding the community's safety. I soon realized that I could only continue to look after our community by voicing my concerns during the committee meetings. On October 29, I contacted LAX because they omitted 2 items that I had submitted for our meeting agenda. On the same day, Councilmember Melissa Cigarroa talked to me and asked me to support Ms. Bluestone and her policies. Otherwise, she will have to ask me to step down. As you can imagine, I felt she was censoring me. I resigned since I was asked not to speak up and only agree with whatever LAX was implementing, even though it would negatively impact the community, especially the lower income neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lauren Valls.
This is not like student council at all. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lauren Valls, and I'm a proud member of the Boy Scouts of America. As part of my journey to achieve the rank of Eagle Scout, I've chosen a project that addresses an issue close to my heart: Laredo's lack of accessible resources for individuals with disabilities. As technology advances, more children are drawn to screens rather than outdoor play. This is especially true for children with disabilities who often feel that the outside world offers little for them. To young children with special needs, this perception, if unaddressed, could lead to consequences that last a lifetime. While Laredo is a vibrant and growing community, its recreational facilities do not meet the national standards of inclusivity seen in cities of similar size and development. For my Eagle Scout project, I propose adding ADA-compliant playground equipment to the existing facilities at Cheyenne Park. I'd like to bring to the council's attention that no alterations will be made to existing park equipment, and this initiative is a cost-effective way to pave the path for shared play, fostering priceless memories, and supporting the vital developmental milestones of both typical and differently abled individuals. To make this vision a reality, I humbly request a contribution from the council to fund the purchase of this inclusive equipment. In addition to this request, I will be working with private donors, sponsors, and community members to gather additional funds and secure the apparatuses necessary to complete the project. Once the funds are secured, we can finalize the equipment list and begin installation. As an individual on the autism spectrum, I've personally experienced the transformative impact of ADA-compliant equipment in cities such as Allen, Corpus Christi, and San Antonio, and the benefits just one trip to an inclusive playground can have. I assure the council that the investment can be accomplished in the short term and will be fruitful in the long term. This initiative ensures that community members with special needs are not mere spectators, but active participants in play. Accessible recreational spaces are a cornerstone of any strong and inclusive community. These opportunities should never be limited by financial constraints or the abilities of our citizens. Thank you for your time, consideration, and your support in creating a more inclusive Laredo.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, would someone from staff get with Mr. Valls, please? Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to bring up items 63D2 and 63F3.
Motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
63D2 is Councilmember Gutierrez's, but I brought it up because it is the Marines that are in the back of the room. Or Gonzalez, I'm sorry, Gonzalez.
Yeah, if we could bring up, actually, my two items, there's two presentations, from UISD and the Marines.
Go ahead.
Toys for Tots.
Does it say one?
It's two. Both of my items, we could bring them up.
D1, D2.
Second that motion.
It's a motion.
Okay, motion,
What numbers?
63, D1, D2.
D2.
And communications numbers.
Okay. Motion, all,
Second.
have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you. Go ahead.
So, 63D, presentation with possible action to support the Special Olympics 2025 and any other matters incident thereto. Is there somebody from USD here?
We have public comments as well. We have public comments.
We have a, yeah. This is, what do you want?
Those three, yeah, there's William Morales, Eugenio Reyes,
Okay.
Lupe.
No, that's the
That's not
special.
that's not D2.
That's D2.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Mayor, I brought this item because this is for the Special Olympics ceremony that they have.
All right, Mayor, so just point of order, I'll make a motion to bring also item 63D1, which
Yes,
is one
both.
verifying other.
Yeah, the motion said both, madam, so we're good.
63D1.
Okay, motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I brought forward this item, where I used to work, we've always, gone to these ceremonies for the Special Olympics, and, you know, the weather has always been a concern to us, so if you want to explain to council what your intentions here
Yes,
are.
thank you for the opportunity. Eduardo Mendiola, and I work with United Independent School District as an adaptive PE specialist. And I'm here today, not representing United ISD, but rather our city and as a whole, and even our sister cities that participate in the Special Olympics annual opening ceremonies and events for track and field. And as Councilman Gonzalez said, we do have, in previous years, we've held this event, our opening ceremonies, at the, I'm sorry, it's not projected, oh, there it is. We've had it at the Student Activity Complex, and we've had, you know, heat-related emergencies that have come up, not just with our participants, but spectators in general as well. And so we were in hopes that we're here seeking financial assistance and possibly hosting it at our Sames Energy Arena for this particular day. This is our Super Bowl of our children's, our athletes and partners in participating in Special Olympics. And it brings great joy seeing them every year participate and demonstrating their talents. But we definitely want to see if we'd be able to host it at the arena. This is their, like I mentioned, their Super Bowl of events that we have a year. And these are, as you see here, these are the different educational entities that participate in it. So it's not just our public schools here locally, but also Zapata joins in, and Harmony, and our adult centers, and our Sheriff Center, our adults in special education. But we do have, every year, we do have about 1,200 athletes that participate. This year is going to be bigger. And this is all those athletes participating in these events. And we do have 1,200 that will be participating in track and field as well. And again, this is with all those entities that I mentioned. Sometimes weather, sometimes it's cold or sometimes it's raining, and at times we've even had to cancel for those reasons. But in reference to the opening ceremonies that takes the first day, they're running in the torch run with law enforcement agencies alongside them. This is a layout of how we've had previously over at the Student Activity Complex that United ISD hosts. And additionally, we have also our Young Athletes program that participates in it. So it is rather large in our community. We've seen major growth in recent years. And we'd like to see, continuing seeing those smiles and being able to host it in this, at the arena, a larger venue, and not experience those heat-related emergencies that we've had in the past. And we are seeking financial assistance and being able to host it there. And so we're here for your consideration of such. And thank
Mayor,
you.
if I may?
Thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead.
Legal, this question for you, I brought up an item months ago about 501c3s, specifically when it came to children participating and using our facility, Unitrade Stadium and Sames Auto Arena as well. Do you have anything for us as of that item?
I'm sorry.
Because to help them out financially, you know, we would need to find, obviously, monies, and I'm sure we can do so, but if this was taken care of months ago, like I requested, then we would have something for them automatically.
Right, I mean, that's a criteria that the city has requested the 501c3 status to confirm their nonprofit and their affiliations. However, as far as the arena and Unitrade stadiums, we have ASM, and there would be a lease payment that would be required, whether it's from the entity or if the city wishes to defray that.
That's correct, but did we work on something out with ASM Global specifically for children's needs and for 501c3s? Because we know what they charge for the facility. Although being a school district, of course, and for special needs children, I'd hope there's some type of a special price for them specifically.
Yeah, as far as special price, it's contractual and there is a price.
Mayor, usually after any of the events, even the city-sponsored events, there's a fee that comes with it because the entities or either one of the facilities has to staff it. So ultimately, those are the invoices that come to our office. So an invoice like this would probably be in the area of about $25,000 per event, more or less. Some of
Even
them
though
are
it's a city-sponsored event?
That's correct, because they have to staff it for us, and of course, it's all the other things that come with not only them staffing it, it's the electric, it's the charge of the venue. So there's really no, whenever you all sponsor as a city council for different events, like even the Pit Kings and stuff like that, the venue has to staff it, and so by sponsoring it, what happens is that they don't pay for it, but the taxpayer ends up paying for it through the city, because we'll pay the bill.
If I may add real quick, they did give us a nonprofit quote, and that quote is in the amount of $14,812.
Mayor, may I be heard?
Yes, go ahead.
So I know that the SMG agreement, Mr. Manager, does have a section that allows for some sort of exclusions from the contract, right? And I think that it has to be for nonprofit purposes or an event, right? So could we fit in, depending on the motion that is made, use that exclusion from the contract for this organization?
Yeah, Mayor and City Council, I can look into the exclusion thing. There are some certain costs, and as you just heard as well too, there is a different price for a nonprofit than there is for a full profit. So that we do have that out there as well too. I will have to look at those exclusions to see if we're able to grant that from the city's viewpoint to another entity as well. Let me look through that one there, but I know that as long as the arena is available, that'll be the first thing, because I don't know, have we had a conversation with the arena?
Yes, we have. We have a
All right, so the date's kind of secured,
Yes.
at least temporarily, okay. All right, so that, we're all good for that. We'll work it out from this point. I think the idea is that if the council so chooses to help support this, please let me know, and then we'll work through that.
Mayor, that was going to be my motion, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Motion to have the city of Laredo sponsor this event on that date.
I'll second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the
Congratulations.
opportunity of being here. Thank you on
Thank
behalf
you.
of the children and our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. D2 or C2.
So this is this presentation by the Marine Corps League, Detachment 895 Commandant and Local Toys for Tots Coordinator Eugenio Gene Reyes Jr., along with partner Laredo Independent School District Trustee Rodolfo Rudy Morales, to invite City Council, City Departments, and the public to pre-take in this year's toy drive, donating by placing the donation boxes in city buildings, departments, and any other matters incident thereto.
Thank you, council member. For the record, my name is Rodolfo Rudy Morales.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm here on behalf of the Marine Corps Reserves, Toys for Tots. Joining us here this evening is Guadalupe Alvarez and also Jean Reyes, who are the ambassadors for Toys for Tots. Mr. Alvarez was the coordinator for last year, and Mr. Eugenio is now the new face. They're joining forces to raise gifts for our children in our Laredo community. Last year, under the leadership of Mr. Alvarez, over 18,000 gifts were distributed citywide, and the mission is to surpass that this year, and that's why we're here this evening to gain your partnership and support in raising and bringing smiles to the children of our community. They did want me to express that everyone on council, and including the mayor, are invited. We will have distributions across our community, which you can join us, and we'll make sure you get those dates to make sure that we put a face that we're out there supporting our community. Thank you very much for this evening. We will be asking to place some of the boxes around City Hall and other city facilities to make sure that we meet the needs for our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, that'd be my motion to allow the partnership and place those boxes where high traffic areas like City Hall and the city annex are, so the public can see that and participate in the toys.
Motion and second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Councilman. Thank you for sponsoring. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
There's a communication item number 3 that is about this weekend, and Mr. Alvarez, I don't know if you want to clarify if this is starting off this weekend, or if you'd like to give us the kickoff date for the Toys for Tots Drive and places that will already be participating.
It started Saturday, past.
Okay,
Kickoff started already.
perfect.
We'll continue going till December the 6th, and then that's when we're gonna inventory all the toys and start sorting the toys out and start setting some distribution sites. And everybody here is more than welcome to participate.
And can you direct us to where those boxes have already been placed?
Yes, some have been placed at AT&T locations here locally. Charles Clark Hyundai by Jackerman, the Vet Center on McPherson, and I can give you the website where we have that at is on Facebook is Toys for Tots Laredo chapter, and also if you want to go to the Toys for Tots Laredo on the website on Google, and you'll be able to find when you're able to donate monetarily or a toy donation with the drop sites. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Anything is welcome, of course. Anything, any little thing, any big thing, and we do welcome all. We just want to mention that anybody can be Santa Claus. By donating, we thank you. The children thank you. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes,
The next item is discussion with possible action to dedicate the Lion Water Tanks Community Wellness Area, which includes a park, dog park, and walking trail in memory of Lupita Cortez, and any other matters incident thereto. If you'll indulge me, Mayor, Guadalupe Cortez, affectionately known as Lupita Cortez, was a lifelong dedicated individual to education, community, and service. She served the Laredo Independent School District for over 36 years in different positions, starting as a teacher, a master teacher, assistant principal, language arts coordinator, principal as well. She worked at 6 different schools around the area of this proposed dedication, including Nixon, Gallego, Memorial, and then also at the Valina Elementary School and Kristen Middle School. Her excellence in education did not go unnoticed. She received several awards, including the Golden Apple Award nominee, and earned the prestigious LISD Secondary Teacher of the Year Award. She was described by her colleagues as an excellent, knowledgeable, and caring educator, and an extremely energetic, persistent, and organized individual who always strived for the excellence in education. One of her principals once said, "She is very much involved in school activities and truly embodies what it means to be a dedicated educator." Mrs. Cortez's passion for her work was boundless. She embraced technology, engaging her students in different endeavors, and championed her success in every area, including academics, sports, cheerleading, and fine arts events. She loved her job so deeply that she hated missing a single day of work. She then started battling cancer, and she remained determined to return to work that she adored. And she did return to work, embodies the very definition of strength and perseverance. Beyond her professional achievements, Mrs. Cortez was a devoted wife, mother, daughter, sister, and community leader. Mrs. Cortez passed away in September 2016, but her legacy continues to shine. She believed that if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life, and she lived it every day. She generally cared about her students, colleagues, and community, always going above and beyond to help others succeed. Till the last day that she battled cancer, she served as principal of Don Jose Gallego Elementary School. She was featured on the front page of Laredo Morning Times with then former council member Dr. Cecilia May Moreno, who was serving as a trustee at LISD at that time. Because of her impressive dedication, even while battling cancer, she continued to go back to serve the children and the community that she cared for. And she was featured on the front page of the Laredo Morning Times on December 2015 as they welcomed her back. Naming this area in memory of Mrs. Cortez will honor everything that she did for this community, the thousands of students she touched and impacted, and the many educators that she also led through her journey. She was married to Oscar Cortez, a retired registered nurse for over 30 years, and they raised 4 very, very successful children, which I'm lucky to call friends, if not even family. Christine, who is a federal prosecutor, Dr. James Cortez, who is a doctor locally and head of radiology, Leslie Ann, who is also a federal prosecutor, and Oscar Jr., who followed in his mother's footsteps and went into the education field and serves as an assistant principal at Alamo Heights High School, who's watching right now virtually. We are very excited and humbled in general by this long overdue recognition that I believe Mrs. Cortez deserves. I'm proposing that the area, which encompasses all these wellness green spaces, be dedicated in her memory, and I'm making a motion that the facility be dedicated and named as the Lupita Cortez Memorial Community Wellness and Recreation Complex. And she did have a dear pet that served as her comfort animal through her cancer battle, and we're proposing as well that her Chihuahua, who lived 6 years after she passed, PJ, also serve as the namesake for the dog park in that area. That is my motion, Mayor.
Motion second.
I'll include as part of my motion, Mayor, that this naming bypass the facility namings committee as well.
All right. Motion as. All right. Second, motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We do have their family here. If you all would like to approach the podium. Dr. Cortez serves on the Ethics Commission, if I'm not mistaken, appointed by Dr. King, and Leslie serves as the Traffic Advisory Representative for the mayor, and they continue to help in the community as their mother taught them well. Doctor, the red light in the center.
We would like to, first off, good evening, Mayor, Honorable City Council members. We want to say that we are incredibly honored and gracious for this opportunity given to our late mother. She embodied the ultimate hard worker. She would wake up every day at 6 a.m. in the morning. She would be the first one at her school every day. Even before everybody got there, she would unlock the school. She was often the last time there. She really believed in education and professionalism. She lived every aspect of her life to the fullest, and she gave to her community in the best way that she could. The memory of her leadership, the memory of her education lives on through her children, who served the community very with the best of our abilities, and just driving every day through that area to know that area, the namesake of that area, will be dedicated to our mother. It will bring immense feelings of joy and everlasting gratitude. So to the City Council, to our mayor, thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll just add that the project is in the works of it being completed. I want to say it's about 80% completed, missing the green spaces. My hope is that we hopefully get it done by the 31st of this year, and if not, whoever my successor will be, that they honor this motion, this request, and that they move forward with the much merited dedication that this council has taken. We will start with, since the motion's been approved, we'll start moving with the lettering and everything, and I hope that we're able to start building the trail and the equipment that we already have for the park and the dog park, so that we can advance this as quickly and as we can, so that we can move forward with the dedication ceremony.
Well, I'm Mr. Cortez. This is my kids. I'm so proud of them. Thank you all for this glorious present to our family and to all for the supporters that care for my wife. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, congratulations. Communications, number 6, item 2. Emergency Management Director update on progress report from 24-2192 management regarding the mayor's 5 measures that included status of illegal connections, status of amnesty, rebates, assistance to businesses, staffing, and secondary water source.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. This will be fairly brief on these points. We are working on every one of them. The status of the illegal connections, we continue to search for any illegal connections. We did send everybody home at the end of last week, I believe. So we are on our own again, and so we will continue out with finding any of the illegal connections that may be out there. At the next meeting in December, we will bring forth a resolution to establish the amnesty program as presented at the last meeting. So that amnesty program will be for those individuals that are either the residences, the businesses that have had work done here recently. Will come out and do the inspection for free to make sure that they've been connected properly to the system. And so that amnesty means that there is no fines or fees that are associated with that. The rebates to the community, I believe we are on track for the rebates, and we should be, you'll start to see that in December on everybody's bill. It'll have the rebate that was listed on there based upon the criteria that we granted at the last council meeting. And the status of the assistance to the local businesses, the grant program is out there. It is all in place, and so I have not heard of how many have actually responded to that, but I know Economic Development is working on that right now. And then the status of the proper staffing and the public engagement with this community. We did hold our first town hall meeting. We had 10 residents in attendance. So we will evaluate whether or not we're going to continue on with any more town halls on the boil water notice, or if it's going to be more reflective of our work in the utility department. And so we're working on that right now. But then the proper staffing is, I know that we're hiring as quickly as we can for that. I believe that we had announced somewhere around 60 positions at the town hall meeting. I believe we believe that we have about 22 positions still needing to be filled to some level. But I know that our interim executive director for utilities has been reevaluating the entire department and determining if we can move people from one area to another in order to help compensate for that. So we are working on that, and we are in need of some engineers, and so the system that we have out there, and you saw at the town hall meeting, we had HR out there, so I would say that anybody in attendance that wishes to work for the utility department, we're hiring. But other than that, Mayor, I can answer any questions with any of those.
Yeah, the other one was, how about the status on the secondary water source?
Secondary water source, we have been working on that. Mr. Garcia, I think it was 2 months ago, we gave kind of an update. It was right when we went to the stage 3 of the water conservation. So we are working through that process. We had, if you even go back farther, we gave 3 presentations. We were looking at 3 entities. Legacy Water was one. There was one from Valverde County, and then there was one, I think that was a little farther out. So we are walking through those secondary water sources. Tonight you have the relationship with Legacy Water on the agenda, a resolution that says that we'll negotiate an agreement with the Legacy Water Corporation. And that'll help us, that'll actually start to shift us from 100% in the river to, it'll start to split. I think the one thing that we do need to decide, and we never got done with this conversation with Mr. Garcia, was how much of our distribution do we want to get to? I mean, we're 100% of the river. If you look at somebody like El Paso, they're, I think, 32% now river, and then they have the sources of the groundwater sources to help compensate for that. So we're working through that process in order to get there. We are looking at our elevated storage as well as our storage within the facility, within the system as well. With 80,000 customers within the Laredo area, we are supposed to have 8 million gallons of water in our elevated storage and 16 million in our entire system to back us up. And I believe we hit those marks for those amounts. I haven't been able to check with utilities on that as well when I was putting some of this information together. But we continue to look through that process for that. I think the question is that, any water that's closest to us for a secondary water source is less expensive than trying to get from farther away. And so that's been our plan, is to put together that information and bring it forward, so.
Mayor?
Yes, do you still have that MOU with the secondary water source?
For
Legacy.
the
For
MOU?
Legacy, yes.
Yeah, with Legacy and everything, or which MOU?
The one with Legacy. That's
Yeah. The resolution on tonight's agenda will actually address that, because that'll set us into the relationship of the Legacy Water Supply Corporation. So we become a member once we negotiate that contract. The resolution says we get to negotiate. Once we negotiate the contract, we'll come back to you. It'll establish our minimum and our maximum amount of water, and then it'll establish a dollar amount that we're going to adjust with that. So that will take a lot of that weight off. It starts that process with what we were planning with secondary water from almost a year ago.
All right.
Mayor?
Any questions? Go ahead.
Yes, well, since we're talking about secondary water, I do have an item 63E that's directly related to this. Can we bring it up?
Motion?
I'd like to move that
second.
we bring it up.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
The item is discussion 63E1, discussion with possible action to direct the city manager to create a position in the utilities department for a dedicated staff member to investigate multiple secondary water sources and return to council in 6 months with recommendations for a plan of action and any other matters incident thereto. So the item was intended to address, Mr. Neb, what you're discussing, this need to find secondary water sources. And you mentioned El Paso and how El Paso has identified other water sources in their area so that they don't 100% depend on one source. I think in El Paso's case, they don't have the river flowing the whole time in order to depend on the Rio Grande. It's a little bit different than our situation. When I asked Mr. Pishker about this item and how feasible it was to find a dedicated staff member to investigate and proceed as this is written, He actually suggested that perhaps right now, with the focus on the procedures and what we need to do for the maintenance and operations of our infrastructure, that he isn't convinced that there's somebody that could be pulled off of that, and perhaps that this item needs to be more of a consultant type of item, that the direction is that we allow a consultant to help us. We have the water master plan from 2022, and it does begin to identify sources, but while it opens up the possibilities for up to, I think, 5 different sources, it ended with suggestions and really basic research. And now we find ourselves at the point when we're entering with legacy. That's one leg of a stool, of a, I don't know, a 5-legged stool, maybe. But our needs are going to become apparent in 17 years, and that clock seems to be ticking down if we look at climate change and what we've learned about the rivers that feed the Amistad Reservoir. So the Amistad Reservoir is our holding tank for our 2-year supply of water. And according to the International Boundary and Water Commissioner, Maria Giner, the rivers that feed the Amistad on the U.S. side are not as productive as they once were. So that is, the reservoir is fed by both Mexico and the United States. And we talk a lot about Mexico and their reluctance to fulfill a water debt that cycles every 5 years. And a lot is said that if Mexico would only give all the water in its debt per treaty, then somehow this would meet all of our needs. But the reality is that if Mexico were to fulfill the entirety of its water debt to the United States right now, that would be only 30% of what that reservoir needs to supply all of the people that it feeds. So the primary sources that feed that reservoir are on the U.S. side, the Devil's River and the Pecos River. And those rivers are not as productive as they once were. So when we do our calculations for when we need secondary water, the whole point, sorry to take a little bit of time to circle around to it, we may not be looking at 17 years. That clock may tick a little bit faster. If the Legacy Water Supply Corporation has some projections, and I hope you could share that with us, when they'll be 100% ready, because we know that in their initial proposal, Legacy Water was looking at drilling 42 wells. They have 4. So it is also something that is a future allocation, and we don't look at it to fulfill all of our needs. I think it was Councilmember Rangel who pointed out that there are cities with up to 10 sources of water. And we do that because water security is the #1 issue, not only for Laredo, but for many other cities in our region and in the West, in the western half of the country. So I think this idea that we begin with the 2022 water plan, it's out there. We know that there were some identified sources. We know that Mr. Garcia, the former utilities director, had started some exploration about underwater ground storage. And perhaps those feasibility studies need to be carried out. But we will lose time if we don't put this as important as our aging infrastructure is. The search for secondary water is equally as important, because fixing our aging infrastructure will not get us to the water security that we need in 17 or less years. So my motion is to continue this secondary water source search through a consultant to look at the problem. They can dedicate the time that they need and then come back in 6 months and begin to suggest a plan of action, how we can move that part of our water security obligations forward, while at the same time here at the city we're focusing on addressing our aging infrastructure.
I'll second for discussion, Mayor.
Go ahead, second.
You want to say something?
Yeah, just very quickly, Mayor and City Council, and I appreciate the help and the direction and everything. What I would ask for is to don't don't hamstring us into just one way of how to handle this. I think that was the concern with, when you talked with Mr. Pishker on that, saying we're going to have one dedicated individual, saying we're going to have one consulting company. I would like a little bit more room. I think the directive of 6 months returning with this would be good as well too, but I'd appreciate just a little latitude within how to structure this, because this conversation is very important for that. We do have 3 legs. It's not like we've not started anything, but it's all going to be in the storage of our facility, our secondary water, spreading out the diversity of where our water comes from, and then water conservancy. So those are the 3 legs that we have to have within our utilities. And so, but if you could, in your conversations, look at that as to keep it a little bit broader, so that we're able to, because we'll give you exactly what you asked for, and I would rather keep it a little bit broader so that we can bring you what you need.
I'm happy to modify, I'll modify the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll just move that in 6 months, if management will come back with a plan of action that focuses on secondary water sources and what we need to do as council to move this city forward to secure a secondary water source for our city.
And Mayor, and I would say that if we're able to bring something back sooner so that we know exactly our direction, we'll do that as well too.
Okay, motion, second.
Mayor, discussion. So, I wanted to point out, and I'm happy Councilor Cigarroa used the word consultant, because when I read this item on creating a position, felt it was a bit of an overreach on our charter, because past budget, we have no authority of creating any position. The budget is now at the city manager's hands. But since she's clarified that it is a consultant, it's something I'd consider. My only concern with that was jumping into a consultant without having any sort of feedback from management was my concern. Giving you up to 6 months to put something together for this council to consider is something I'm willing to support. The other thing I did want to throw out there, and Councilor Cigarroa did mention, I don't know if you said the 2022 Water Master Plan. If my memory recalls correctly, there's been several secondary water source consultants or plans that we've gone through, that I know that with former Mayor Pete Sines had been conducted. We spoke about bringing water with tankers and how expensive that was, and which correlates to the storage of water that Councilor Cigarroa addressed. But I think that aside from addressing water infrastructure, that not only to be disrespectful by calling you buzzer, but Pishker, I think is your last name, that he can also focus some of his time on the secondary source if possible. And I know he wants to address the council, Mayor. He's waving if Mr. Neb permits. But I think that we could use his wisdom and knowledge in this secondary source, and maybe once he's done evaluating the infrastructure, that in the last portion of his contract, that maybe he focuses on secondary water, since we're already in a contract with him. Or that if now that he's starting to understand the water infrastructure of our city, that maybe he be kept on as our consultant moving forward, now focusing on secondary water once he's done with his task of finding a solution to our current infrastructure. And if that's something you feel comfortable with, I think it's something the city manager and him could work into. I don't know if he wants to stay in Laredo another 6 months above what he already committed to. But that's just a suggestion or recommendation. Why bring someone new that's going to have to learn about our city when Mr. Pishker is already on his way doing exactly that? And if he is successful, which I'm sure he will be in addressing our infrastructure, then he too can focus on the secondary water source situation we find ourselves into.
Mayor, Council, Buzz Pishker, Mayor, City Manager, Director of Water Utilities. This is kind of an interesting discussion, because one of the things that the City Manager had identified when I first was approached about coming here was this very topic. So that was something I was actually contemplating dealing with. But I thought I'd take a second here, if I may, and God bless the two council person who sat through our little conference. By the way, we hosted a forecasting conference for water supply here in our wonderful water museum, and it's a beautiful place, by the way. And we want more people there, to be honest. That's kind of a sidebar, but two of our council folk actually sat through that entire conference, and I told them, you get the star, because some of it was a little bit dry, and we had NASA doing stuff. But a couple things came out of that, and I thought I would share a couple things with you. First of all, that we hosted it, and I think that was great. But we have a water master plan, which I plan on spending some time looking through, just to get a sense of what everybody's thoughts are. We have an ASR study going on, and that should be coming to a closure here. That's aquifer storage and recovery. It's kind of like you take water, treat it, shove it in the ground, and then get it when you need it type of thing. Because most of the time, all the rivers have enough flow. The problem is it doesn't come spread out during the year, so unless you can capture some of it in the reservoir, it's a problem, right? The other thing that I thought was interesting from that meeting was that, and actually we have a meeting with the Legacy folks this Thursday, that's scheduled. And I'm going to be bringing to you in short order a water rights purchase agreement. But as I've pointed out to everybody, having water rights is only valuable if there's water, right? It's like having oil rights, but you buy property and there's no oil under it, right? So there's a balance to that. But we're going to work on all of these things because I think we can walk, chew gum, and run a little bit too. Last thing I'll say is, as you've heard me say with my little seesaw, I think the utility department has a play in here in optimizing our operations. And as we move out of our water quality crisis and into the next phase, we're going to be working on a lot of those things. So my hope is that you'll see this all come together. And I think, as the city manager said, we can bring back to you a plan that I think will make some sense to you. And we'll have outside resources because we certainly don't have the skill set internally to do some of these things. But quite frankly, I think it's important we manage those people that we may hire. So anyways, those are my thoughts. I wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So,
Any other questions?
well, Mayor, I believe the motion on the table is intended to do that, to give you the flexibility that you need so that in 6 months we do have a plan of action, but it does allow for the management of those resources and to determine where to find them so that we can get the outcome.
Second that motion.
Right, motion second. All in favor?
Mayor, I have a question though.
Oh, go ahead.
I just, my concern, Mr. Neb, also is, I mean, we've been talking about secondary water for a few years now. We've been dealing with issues for a few years now. I don't want us to get into a point where we're starting to micromanage now, especially with Mr. Pishner here. I'd like for you all to work. You know, yes, we're requesting this, you know, report in 6 months, but at the same time, you know, just continue working on, I guess, what you all are already working on, and also working on the secondary water, because we've had these conversations before. Because I don't want for us to distract him and now he's focused on secondary water, or he's working on something else. And like he said, even if we hire consultants, we still have to manage them.
Right.
And we still have to, you know, instruct them, have meetings with them. So if that's part of the plan and it's feasible, but I don't want us to make a decision that's going to impact operations in a negative way.
And Mayor and City Council know, we're comfortable with that. I think going back to what Councilmember Torres said, we have studied this for years. We have brought it all the way up there. We've just never made a decision on how to move forward. They're outside of the 2022 master plan. You go back to, there's a hydrology model out there. You go back another 3 or 4 years, there's another document that shows we need to find a solution to this thing. I think we've got a lot of the information out there. It's really getting the information put together and saying, this is the path we're going to take. I think that's what we're going to see. And so we'll keep everything going. I know that Utilities is working on right now where to go and start replacing the distribution lines. So we're going to have those projects coming forward as well too. But the secondary water, the broader level stuff, we will continue with as well. So.
Okay, motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor, may
Thank you.
I address something briefly
Go
on this
ahead.
item? Mayor, I'd like to also make a motion that we offer, for lack of a better word, encourage the city manager to offer a first right of refusal to Mr. Pritzker on this secondary water, and if we can retain him rather than bringing someone new, that we do so for the purpose of secondary water once his duties have finalized with the infrastructure.
I'll second for discussion.
All right, second, motion second for discussion.
I hope it's not misunderstood, the original motion. The flexibility was to give Mr. Fishker and Mr. Nebb the ability to search out who they needed to search out, lean on who they needed to lean on, whether it's city resources or outside sources. And I don't believe, I guess I don't believe further direction is needed. I think Mr. Fishker is going to be involved in this process, and so he'll be willing to add his expertise as he sees fit.
The purpose of my motion, Mayor, if I may redirect.
Go ahead.
Was if we are going to involve Mr. Pritzker as a utilities water expert with this process, that instead of searching for another person, since he already knows our infrastructure and our city, that he be considered and be given the first right of refusal if we are going to hire a consultant based on the 6-month evaluation, that he be the one that continues, if he feels willing and fit to do this secondary water search, that he be the one to lead it, just because he's obviously identifying the needs and the, not only the needs, but also what needs to be done to reach that. And if he's going to be involved in the process, then why bring someone in that will probably take time understanding what he's already learning with his stay here?
All right. Okay.
Motion second.
We have a second? Second, okay. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. One opposed. Motion passes.
Mayor, before we proceed, just wanted to acknowledge that Councilmember Perez and Rangel are here for the record.
All right. For the record. For the record. All right, next item.
Would it make sense to bring up the legacy item since we've been talking about water?
So moved.
Motion to bring up item 58.
68, motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Item 68.
Mayor, it's a resolution of the city council to approve, authorizing the city manager to execute and submit an application for membership with the Legacy Water Supply, appointing the city manager to serve as the city's authorized representative for interacting with LWSC, and to serve in any positions with LWSC to promote the interests of the city and execute all necessary documents relating thereto.
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion, second. Go ahead.
So, Mr. London, the way that it is written, and I know we spoke a little bit before, but maybe you can clarify. Right, so to execute and submit an application for membership with the Legacy Water Supply Corporation, and that membership agreement actually asks for definitive numbers. And those numbers are to determine an amount for the wholesale potable water supply that the city would be acquiring, paying for, to talk about the potable utility interconnect, and it talks about size, material, and location, to see if we would participate in a wholesale raw water supply and interconnect, and wholesale wastewater treatment and wholesale drainage service. So there are definite items in there that are included in the application for membership. And the one that pertains to the city of Laredo, I believe, is the wholesale potable water supply that has an initial quantity request and a maximum quantity request. And that is, I think, a sensitive issue when you see that this potable water supply will be about 30 to 40 times more than what we currently pay for our raw water. And I think we should just make clear that this item doesn't tie us to any numbers yet, that this is a negotiation of that contract, but we haven't made any determinations yet as to how much water we would be taking and how much water we would permit the city to pay for in the future.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. What it does is it puts the city manager on the board. And Mr. Fisker and I will be meeting with Legacy this Thursday to start talking about those specifics that Councilmember Cigarroa brings up. We want direction from the city manager as to what those parameters will be, but preliminarily, in prior discussions with Mr. Garcia when he was here, he did want them to commit to a set minimum quantity, and that was still being debated back and forth. And so we're going to lean on Buzz to help us on that. With Mr. Neb's been also in some other discussions with them as well. But this opens the door for all of that.
And then you'll come back to the council
With the
have
contract.
numbers and, because we also have not heard a final price yet, or a suggested price, let's say.
Those are those discussions, and then we'll bring a contract for you to review when we're ready at that point, once the city manager is ready to bring that to you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
All right?
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Is the membership binding or is it subject to review? For how long is it binding, or what are the terms of ending the relationship?
We haven't entered into that contract yet.
Excuse me?
We have not entered into that contract yet, so that'd be.
That's not the application.
The application?
Yeah, but are we going, or is it going to be a relationship that's binding for like a decades, minimum agreement, or is this,
It puts the city manager on the board. And then I believe that in the last meeting that we were at, the amount of, how could I best say it? The amount of our interest is going to be determined on the amount that we will be requesting from them as we build out what we're looking to the future to give us that diversity of the water through this potentially secondary water source for our community.
Right.
So this just gets us really on as a member, gets him as a member. Mr. City Manager, you want to?
Well, I have a question,
Go ahead.
Mayor. The legal relationship, what is that legal relationship between the city and the?
Right now, as my involvement, I can just give some light to that, is we're creating this group, this cohort, and there's different board members to try to move forward, but there has not been that finalized contractual arrangement yet. So it's a loose arrangement, and there's no commitment as far as like binding anyone yet.
So us, I'm sorry, Mayor. So if we approve having, the city manager on the board, that doesn't commit us to any terms and agreements other than him being part of a board?
And the decision making right now, but he can step down, or his council can have him to step down.
Okay.
And Mayor and City Council, just so you're aware, if we are not taking any water from the Legacy Water Corporation, then that membership is null and void as well too. As long as we're a member and we're utilizing the service, then we remain on the board. If we no longer utilize that service, we are no longer on the board as well too.
Yeah, that was my question, because it says an application for membership with Legacy. So if we're not using their supply of water, we're not binded by them, you being a member of this board.
That would be my understanding as well too.
Is that how you understand it, Mr. Nguyen?
Yes, I mean, there's no penalties for removal, and that's what we'll, tie
Sitting
down.
on the board doesn't bind the city of Laredo to do business with Legacy, is that correct?
No, it just gets you to the table so you can have more access to.
Right, thank you.
Go ahead.
I think it's important that we move forward with this. This council approved the original resolution. You have our state representatives and our state senator, along with the county judge, asking us to move forward with this. We just approved an item regarding secondary water, and here's an option, and we're debating over should we move forward or not, right? So we've heard how the Valley, San Antonio, and all the other cities have 9, 10, 11, 12 sources. And we have a source in front of us. We're debating over putting our city manager on the board or not. It's ridiculous. We need to move forward with this. We've already approved the original resolution. And whatever the cost may be for us to get water, it's a source that we can tap into whether we choose to do so or not, as we need it. But we have a secondary source in front of us that's being offered to us, encouraged by the state for us to take it. And we're debating over putting the city manager on the board or not. We need to move forward with this. It's important in order to help find additional sources of water.
Right, go ahead.
And Councilmember Torres, I completely agree that when you have a $7 billion investment happening 20 miles away from you in a community that for decades has been searching for a secondary water source, it would obviously be foolish to not have a seat at the table. So yeah, I agree. I think it's also fair for us to be just understanding what we're, exactly what we're committing to this very day. And what I would ask is when management brings back a contract after so many weeks and months of negotiating with them, that you not just give it to us 4 days before and expect us to vote on a contract with 4 days notice. I want time to really understand what we're committing to and make sure that we agree that, I'm sure you're all going to do a good job, but just please give us time to prepare to understand what you're asking us to commit this $1 billion city to, that we are as an organization. I just would really appreciate time to digest the contract that you're going to be proposing to us.
Mayor. So I think it's important for people to understand that it is not a usable secondary water source yet. What was presented to us that it will be a 42 well project, and currently there are 4 wells drilled. It will require pipes and connection to the city, and currently the pipes and connections are planned to go to the county, but those projects have not broken ground yet. So this is a long-term project. The other reason for us to be there on the board is that this county has to create a permission structure for the state of Texas to let the county take out of the ground the water that is needed to supply the new Talise development, the county, colonias, and then also the city of Laredo. And that's a legislative process, and that also will take time to develop. So this is a project that we're getting in on the ground stage, and it will just take a very long time to develop and to receive the eventual objective of secondary water provided to our city.
Mayor.
All right, go ahead.
Just one last comment. This is in no way saying I don't want to do business or the city to do business with Legacy Water. This is just clarification of what a seat at that board means to us as a city. That's what my question was. I'm a huge advocate for Legacy Water. That secondary source needs to be done. We need that source. Whether we use it or not, a different story, but at least we have that available to us, and that needs to be known. So it was clarification, not that I'm against this whatsoever. Just want to make that perfectly clear. That we need to make that secondary source available to us at every single moment. That we should need it, we're able to tap into it. And that's what we needed to clarify. Thank you.
All right. Okay. We don't have a motion or anything.
Yeah, I made a motion.
And I seconded it.
Okay.
I seconded it.
All right, motion and second.
Yes,
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next item?
I think we go back, Mayor, to the regular agenda.
Yes.
We had appointments? Is there public comment?
Mr. Martin's,
Mr. Martin, is there someone?
Charles Martin.
yeah, Charles. 63.
Mr. Martin's on 63 and 58. 63, and 58.
Yeah, this is going to be about secondary water, and we're going to go back a little bit in time, and I know I'm crushed in here for a few minutes, but I'm going to go back before what paperwork you have. It was a trend in the 90s for French, European, British, and U.S. water companies to make the rounds around the United States of America, and they came through Laredo because of our droughty area, and along with the problems with the Rio Grande River. But kind of one point I heard, the Rio Grande River is supplied by the mountains in Colorado. So yes, there is a water problem though. So I'm gonna just mention that. That's where the Rio Grande River starts. It's up in Colorado and it's not good. So here we are today. I really want to appreciate Melissa bringing this up because when we lost our utilities director, he and I were in conversations also about secondary water. There's more sources of water out there. When this came in through in the 90s, I forget all the names of the companies, but we're talking about worldwide professionals, and they pretty much swarmed us hard. And what we did at that point in time was we went with the Pico water plant. It was quicker, cheaper, and it was a better way to go to help try to get a little water up on the Mines Road area. That's the reason that was chosen, plus the geological structure. But we put together about 45,000 acres that adjoins the city limits of Laredo with different landowners. Now, this is a different water formation, and one particular group came up with a 5 million gallon a day ability. Now, what we're using here is, as we're talking about a water formation that supplies the cemetery on Highway 59, we're talking about a water well that drives the fountain at Mercy Regional Hospital. We're talking about 3 water wells that supplied the Laredo Country Club with water. So we have water here. Now, one point that I always tried to drive in was we have the airport property, which sits right on top of the structure. You've got about 1,800 acres there that you own we own the water underneath it. Now, if we keep delaying these projects, which that's why I came today, was to keep pushing for this, I have no personal financial gain here. I have a lot of knowledge on secondary water that a few of us are still around that we can share. Now, no one that I know wants to be the consultant, but they're easy to find. You can identify them. But, you know, there are people, citizens here in Laredo that will easily contribute to their existing knowledge from our past in the 80s and the 90s. Now, I would suggest that the city manager definitely gets a table with the legacy group. That's not the only group. So don't let the tail wag the dog. The Walkers are good people, and we are lucky that they have that many acres on top of the structure that their geological formation is in. That is really a gift. Now, with your utilities director that left, we were talking about doing 2.5 million gallons a day here locally around the loop, which, remember, we're at the city limits with fresh water, with more than one family. So it's there. Personally, I recompleted 15 wells. There were gas wells there and turned them into water wells and drilled over a dozen of them, including the ones I mentioned. So I'm familiar with where the sweet spots are, where the thicknesses are, but I definitely think it's worth our time to let the city manager learn, because this is not going to happen in a day or two. We terminated people that knew about this with the last administration. So we need to let Mr. Nebb get up to date here, and working with the Walkers and Legacy, he's going to learn about drilling, exploration, and completion of water wells. They've only got 4. They're nowhere near being able to supply potable water to the city of Laredo. So the one thing I want to try to reinstate in your minds, we tried so hard to do water that we almost, not personally, but I look back on it, and we were trying to squeeze the wet out of water. We were trying too hard. We spent money on some sort of a device. You flip a switch and it turns the clouds in and it makes it rain. I don't know if any of y'all remember that one or not. We were seeding clouds. I mean, we went in the wrong directions. And this time I see us heading in the right direction. I see a city council here that's actually asking the right questions in giving the right instructions, and I'm concerned about the prices. You're going to be in a transportation business when you start building 20, 30 miles of pipeline. So back to your point, Melissa, closer is cheaper. And there is a way to do this. And there is existing water wells, not 4. Right around town here, there's at least 30. Okay? So there is opportunity here for us to get to the secondary water source. I am personally optimistic with what we did today. I think we're actually going to do this, and we're not going to be chasing some switch out on the Hindman-Gunner Road to make it rain. I mean, that was embarrassing. And I don't see that anymore here in this crowd. So I'm personally encouraged. Let's remember that the Rio Grande is no longer what it was. Climate is changing. We do get some snow melt out of Colorado, but it's not what it used to be. Mexico has its issues. So that pushes me in to being here today to try to follow up and make sure we do secondary water the right way. I like everyone's comments. I like the fact that we're drawing the line and saying, hey, we still ought to be at the table. That's exactly right. And if they think we're ready to sign a contract, you tell them we're not. You tell them they're not even ready to deliver. So, you know, let's be proud of them at Legacy and proud of ourselves, because we're not the rookies we were, including them 30 years ago. We've all learned a little bit. And I think everybody understands that secondary water is the future. And I'll end with this. Take a 55-gallon drum, try to fill it up with the water bottles we buy at the store, and tell me how much a barrel of water costs. And that includes your transportation and your bottling. So that's the barometer I use, so we can kind of judge how important this really is at today's prices. Who knows about the future? So, you know, good luck, and I truly, you know, I believe the last utilities director wanted to do 2.5 million gallons of private water and 2.5 million gallons of, I believe, refuse water, or some sort of a product that they make at these plants around town. Those, when we first got into this, a fellow in California, a city manager, I think in Los Angeles, drank it and died. But from what I understand from our recent director, that whole issue has been cleaned up, and there is a way, in fact, to take water, wastewater, and clean it. So look what that 30 years has done for California. They went from a man really believing in it to drink it and died, into making it a reality so that you can take wastewater and you can clean it. Now, I don't know about all those numbers and all those things, but about drilling and exploration and telling you about water that we have in our area, there's a lot of us here in Laredo that be more than happy to share the information free. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Okay.
All right.
Next item.
Communication number 2.
Communication number 2. Let's see, where are we?
We did that one.
We did that?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Motion to approve appointments to commissions, boards, and committees.
Second.
As listed on the regular agenda.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Motion to open public hearings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Number 1, public initiative, the ordinance authorizing city manager to negotiate and execute all documents necessary to complete the sale of the surface-only closed section of Urban Avenue at the appraised fair market of $21,000 to Adrian Golate, Jr., described in a 0.18 tract section of Urban Avenue right-of-way between Santa Clara Street and Pecan Street. Said 0.18-acre tract of land between Block 209 and 208 is situated in District 2, Eastern Division, City of Laredo, Webb County. City of Laredo reserves any and all visible and apparent easements recorded and are not recorded, approving and providing for an effective date. Number 2, public introductory ordinance amend the zoning map City of Laredo by rezoning approximately 348.2 acres as further described by meets and bounds and attached Exhibit A located south of Buckler Parkways and west of Interstate 35 from AG Agriculture to M1 Light Manufacturing. To the Plan Zoning Commission recommend approval of the proposed zone change, and staff supports the application. Number 3, public hearing and ordinance authorizing city manager to negotiate and execute all documents necessary to complete the sale of a surface only of closed section of Urban Avenue added to Praise Fair Market, valued at $21,000 to Dwayne Rise Landrum, described by 0.18 section of Urban Avenue right of way between Santa Clara Street and Pecan Street. Said 0.18 acre tract between Block 209-208 is situated in the District 2 Eastern Division, City of Laredo, Webb County. The City of Laredo reserves any and all apparent easements recorded or not recorded, approving and providing for an effective date. Number 4, public hearing and ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map City of Laredo by rezoning approximately 12.1 acres as further described by means and bounds and attached Exhibit A located north of FM 472 of east of Man United Street from AG Agricultural District to B4 Highway Commercial District to M1 Light Manufacturing District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the proposed zone change and staff supports the application. Number 5, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending zoning ordinance map of the City of Laredo by rezoning approximately 5.6 acres as further described by means and bounds and attached Exhibit A located 20881 FM 4072 from Agricultural District to M1 Light Manufacturing District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the proposed zone change and staff supports the application. Number 6, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending zoning map of the City of Laredo by rezoning approximately 0.87 acres as further described by means and bounds and attached Exhibit A located at 20889 FM 4072 from Agricultural District to M1 Light Manufacturing District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change and staff supports the application. Number 7, public hearing introductory ordinance amending zoning ordinance map of the City of Laredo by authorizing the issuance of a special use permit for a restaurant serving alcohol on building 1G Falcon Center out of Lot 3, Block 1, Del Mar North, filing number 1 located at 7718 McPherson Road, Suite 106, 2,348 square feet. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change and staff supports the application. Number 8, public hearing introductory ordinance amending the zoning map of the City of Laredo by rezoning approximately 4.4 acres as further described by meets and bounds and attached Exhibit A located north of Manzanillo Street and west of Cuatro Vientos Road from R1 single family residential district to R2 multifamily residential district. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change and staff supports the application. Number 9, public hearing introductory ordinance amending the zoning map of the City of Laredo by rezoning approximately 11.9 acres as further described by meets and bounds and attached Exhibit A located at Manzanillo Street, west of Cuatro Vientos Road from R1 single family residential district to R1B single family high density residential district. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change and staff supports the application. Number 10, public hearing introductory ordinance amending zoning maps City of Laredo by rezoning Lot 5, Block 1, T&J Alexander Phase 15, Alexander Crossing Plaza, Lot 5, Block 1, and Lot 5, Block 2, located at 7505 Raymond Chandler Drive, from B3 Community Business District to B1 Limited Business District to R1B Single Family High Density District. Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the proposed zone change and staff supports the application. Number 11, public hearing introductory ordinance amending zoning map of the City of Laredo by rezoning Lot 15, Block 1, Troon Subdivision, Unit 1, located at 1220 Lyles Loop from R1 Single Family Residential District to RS Residential Suburban District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change and staff supports the application. Number 12, public hearing introductory ordinance amending zoning ordinance map of the City of Laredo by rezoning Lot 4 and the east third of Lot 3, Block 426, Eastern Division by further described meets and bounds and attached Exhibit A located at 119 East Saunders Street, B3 Community Business District to B4 Highway Commercial District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the proposed zone change and staff supports, and staff does not support the application. Number 13, public hearing introductory ordinance amending zoning ordinance map of the City of Laredo by rezoning approximately 8.7 acres further described by meets and bounds and attached Exhibit A located south facility Felicity Drive and west of Cuatro Vientos Road from R1 Single Family Residential to R1B Single Family High Density District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change and staff supports the application. Number 14, public hearing introductory ordinance of the City of Laredo, Texas, amending Chapter 31, Utilities, Article 3, Water, Division 3, Rates and Charges, Section 31-141, Water Availability, Section F, providing for publication and effective date.
All right, number 1, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Second. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 2, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 3, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 5, for or against. Number 4, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 4. 5. Number 5, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 6, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 7, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 8, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Number 9, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Number 11.
Number 10.
10, I'm skipping, I wanted to do that. Number 10, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and reduce.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Number 11, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion second, motion passes. Number 12, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Albert, respond.
No, there's public comments.
Public comment number 12, Diana Hernandez.
Diana Hernandez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Diana Hernandez? Are you Diana Hernandez?
No.
What's your name?
Hello, good evening, council members and honorable mayor. My name is Claudia Laniz. I'm in representation of Ms. Ana Karen Alaniz.
Center, ma'am.
Yes. Ms. Ana Karen Alaniz is the owner of the address of 119 East Saunders. We are here tonight to ask for your approval in changing the zoning for this property from B3 to B4. We are in the plans of demolishing the old building. It's over 20 years of age, and we're trying to make a better building to accommodate a clinic or a veterinary office. I'm hoping that you guys can help me out with this. This is, I believe, already the third time that we're in this council chambers. We are trying to create more jobs and also create a very beautiful building for the neighborhood that's surrounding the main street there, which is Saunders. And yes, that's all. Thank you.
All right, what district is it?
4.
4. Any comments?
Well, Mayor, do you have another public comment?
All right, thank you. Diana Hernandez, not,
Yes,
yeah.
she's coming.
I
Yes,
know,
ma'am.
you can come in. It's okay.
Hello. Good evening, Dr. Trevino and City Council members.
Evening.
Good evening. What did I say? Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
point
Yes.
of order. I'd just like to request that the previous, if you can just sit down so she can.
Oh,
Thank you.
please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, my name is Diana Hernandez, and I, as a neighbor to the property of 119 East Saunders, I am concerned and do not agree with the proposed zone change. As it stands, the property is zoned B3. The proposed use for the commercial was initially, and what was sent in to planning and zoning was a shopping center, and now I hear that a clinic or a veterinarian. That's not what was on the initial one. As they have been advised, oops, I touched something there. As they have been advised for the shopping center that they had proposed, the zoning does not need to change from a B3 to a B4 as it is allowable. Not for a veterinary, but that's not what was in there initially. A B4 change is not in line with the city's comprehensive plan, and as a result may introduce businesses that are not in accordance with the city's plan for this area. Yes, there's many businesses on Saunders and in this area, however, there are still homes on both sides of this property. B4 is for major arterial streets and freeways. Saunders is a modified street, according to the city. Additionally, a B4 zone requires 100 feet property width, and they fall a little short of that. I welcome what they have proposed, the shopping center. However, I am concerned with the type of businesses, as I've learned today, that would open if the zone change, affecting the surrounding neighborhoods and the neighbors, which includes me. This insistence of the property zone, now I know why, because it's not going to be a shopping center, it's going to be a veterinary clinic or something like that. There's another reason for I just worry about the insistence of having the property zone changed from a B4 to a B4. It's very concerning, as I strongly feel that we've been through this with their neighbors, their backdoor neighbors. they built a huge warehouse in a residential 3, R3, and they wanted to change that, and you know that, Mr. Torres. They changed that, they wanted to change it to a B4. So I'm just feeling that they know each other and help each other out, so I'm just worried that once this is turned into a B4, then the people behind them are gonna say, well, how can I not be a B4? We share a property line. I live in this area and I care about my neighborhood and the quality of life of my neighbors and myself. I am not in accordance with the proposed zone change. Furthermore, by allowing the zone change, you're setting a precedence for future businesses and property owners attempting to do the same. And this is something that it might upset a few of you, but you know, it's interesting. Some time back, Mr. Navarro, the former planning director, was dismissed because he hadn't passed a certification. And I get it. I am all for, you know, jobs have requirements and they need to adhere to that. But I ask, you know, do you have the qualifications to just say, no, it's okay. Go ahead and build it. Last time we were here, Mr. Torres, you also were talking about the liquor store that was down the street. There's a liquor store down the street, you kept saying. The liquor store has been in existence since the 70s. I went and I asked. Yes, there's another B4 not far from there, like a block down. But if you could only see what happens if, you know, the property is not supporting a B4. These people, it's a collision center, and every morning at 8 o'clock, they take out all the cars, and all the cars are blocking the sidewalk and the street. They're all along the sidewalk and all along the street on Monterrey for the whole block. You know, in approving this one to become a B4, it's just like saying there's two wrongs do not make a right. You know, I'm just adhering that, you know, that is not, something else that might upset some people, but that's why we end up with a way out of place building as we're driving into Del Mar. It's a beautiful building, but it does not belong there. Again, I am not in accordance with the zone change. I thank you for your time and for listening. I pray that you do the correct thing, and God bless you.
Thank you. Mayor.
If I can interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to answer her question regarding the plaza. We are still building a plaza. One of the tenants, this property is currently under a realty agency that has suggested a few of our tenants that might be, you know, future tenants for us. And so we have gotten calls from veterinary clinics and a trauma center that might not fit the area, but we are trying to move forward with that and establish future tenants. That way the loan that we're trying to get for this is secured, knowing that we have more options for more type of businesses that might want to get in the area. And we've already created a plan. I believe we've brought it before your chamber not that long ago. And to be honest, I am sincerely hoping for y'all's help with this. You know, we don't have any issues with anybody of the neighborhood. The neighbor with us today has constantly told us, you know, that we cannot do this, and I'm hoping that maybe we can change her mind today and see if there's something that we can move forward with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm assuming, ma'am, don't go yet. I wanted to ask you a question. So you mentioned, just to be clear, a potential business was a veterinary clinic and.
There was a trauma center that also.
When you say trauma center, what do you mean by trauma center?
It's a small clinic.
So you mean like a night clinic, not a trauma center?
That's right.
Trauma center would be like a standalone ER. You mean more of a.
More of a clinic for, yes, after.
Like after hours type
Exactly,
of clinic
yes.
for
Sorry,
minor
I missed
emergencies. Thank you for that. Ms. Guerra. Okay, so I see that planning and zoning recommended denial. I want to know why staff recommended denial.
if you look at your staff report, it's not in conformance with the comprehensive plan's designation, which is neighborhood mixed use, which allows all zones except the B4, M1, M2. It's going to create somewhat of an isolated zoning district. If you look at the zoning map, you'll see that all along that corridor, for the most part, it is all B3. There are some scattered B4, however, those took place very, the one that's kind of up north happened in 1995. You'll see some of the auto care uses. Some may be legal non-conforming, but some do have conditional use permits. And we identified that the proposed use may introduce uses that are incompatible with the existing uses in the neighborhood.
Important to note that what I'm seeing here on the file is that just as we had no one respond that they were in favor, we had no one respond that they were against, other than Ms.
Apologies, I do have an update. We do have one opposed.
Is that Ms. Hernandez or another individual?
I don't have it with me. I just have the one, the number.
Our computer is taking forever to load, and I want to ask you a question on something else, but it's still loading, so give me a second.
To be clear with regard to, this is the first that we hear about veterinary clinic or trauma center. For veterinarian, indoor animal confinement would be allowed under the current zone. If they were proposing a veterinarian with outdoor animal confinement, then they would need the B4.
Is that why you all are requesting the B4, because of the animal, the outdoor animal confinement? Can you approach, please, so we can hear you?
So initially, when we had come in to request this change, we had thought about something in the similar areas. Now that we have actually spoken, or our realtor has spoken to someone who is wanting to do something like that there, then yes, it would end up having kennels and an outside area for that.
Okay, Ms. Guerra, I'm looking at the staff report, and on page 1, it says that the comprehensive plan does recognize that this area is for mixed use.
Yes, it's a neighborhood mixed use, which the comprehensive plan identifies the zones that would be allowed in the neighborhood mixed use as all zones with the exception of B4, M1, M2.
Do you have any architectural plans as to what your project would look like with you?
Yes, we do have one. Unfortunately, I did not bring it today, but we have displayed it for your chamber in the previous meetings that we've come. It initially was a 4-suite plaza, and if this veterinary clinic turns out to actually want to become a tenant, we would probably have to extend them into 2 suites instead of, and then
They take over half of the building, is
Right.
what you're saying, or whatever amount of suites they need. I mean, I'm looking at the map, and you've got 2 blocks to the east, you've got a plaza that was built right at the corner with a 13,000 square foot lot. Then 1 block south, you're looking at another plaza that was built in an 11,671 square foot lot. I know that Ms. Hernandez is mentioning that a lot of these businesses were, I guess, authorized back in the 90s.
Yes, the B4 that is northwest, to the northwest of the intersection of Saunders and Monterrey, that was approved in 1990. And then there's another sort of an auto sales. It was approved with a CUP. It was in 2007, and staff did not support that either. The auto body place that is to the northeast, again, that is with a CUP.
And the one across the street,
the muffler shop.
is that a B4?
The tire and auto body, we don't have any indication that there was an overlay issued for that, so it may be legal non-conforming or just illegal.
How about the plaza at the corner of Springfield and Saunders? Is that a B3 or a B4 designation?
Springfield and Saunders.
Across the street.
It has several suites, I think 3 or 4. You see, I'm torn because obviously we want to invest in our community, and we want to make sure that we beautify, right, the different areas. And obviously demolishing this building that's been in existence for a long time and putting together a new plaza like at the corner of Springfield and Saunders or,
It's all B3 at that location.
and how about the ones 1 block south?
I guess if they can put the map up, you can see all the
And
zoning.
you start seeing all these corners start changing is what we're seeing in these older neighborhoods.
I don't know if they can zoom out. You'll see everything along Saunders, 3 blocks either side. We just see those 2 B4s. Everything else is pretty much
B3.
uniformly B3.
And you're telling us, Ms. Guerra, that if the veterinary clinic would use outdoor kennels, that is why the B4
It would require B4.
elevation is needed? And why is
Yeah,
that?
the zoning requires a B4 at a minimum for outdoor animal confinement, which in that case, since it's all B3, we would definitely recommend a pursuit of a conditional use permit.
And you're requesting the B4 because of the financial institution?
That's correct. We want to go ahead and make sure that we have enough, supporting businesses that might be able to
Is
rent out
the,
these.
so you have a restaurant right now with a drive-through,
Yes,
right?
correct.
If I recall correctly, and then there's a
There's
reception hall
reception hall as well, yes.
in front, and those are actual tenants right now? In other
Yes,
words,
they
the
are.
reception hall gets leased and,
Yes,
and the
The
restaurant is
a tenant.
operational?
yes, it is operational.
Both.
Members of council, just a little bit of background also, emergency and urgent care clinics, outpatient also would be allowed under the current zone. So a trauma center would require a B4. Trauma centers, we looked it up, I didn't bring the definition with me because it's first we hear of it, but it is surgical, inpatient, overnight stays.
It's like a standalone emergency clinic.
I don't want to say without having the definition in front of me, but it's
It certainly sounds like that.
If it's an overnight stay, it sounds more like a standalone inpatient hospital, like specialty hospital, where
Right.
you can actually have a bed.
Standalone there.
Like a hospital.
Mrs. Perez, yes, ma'am.
Saunders is classified as a highway, is that correct?
Yeah.
It's a highway.
It's an on-system roadway, that's correct.
A highway.
Yes.
So, and B4s are supposed to be located along highways, right?
That is one of the requirements, that B4s be located along highway systems, correct?
Right, and so Saunders wasn't always a highway.
I'm not sure.
So at some point Saunders evolved and became a highway, and now it has the volume of a highway. It's classified, and it's actually gonna be one of our 4 interstate highways in the future. I'm looking at the map further along Saunders, and I see that the Laredo Medical Center is a big B4 that extends all the way down to Bustamante. I do see other patches of B4s. I see the airport with some M1 on Saunders a little further out. So I can see that as our city's growing, the demands are growing as well. And we've typically used Saunders as a thoroughfare, which is what you see from highways. And so I understand that some people are not comfortable, or they think that because they grant a B4 along the frontage of Saunders, now the whole area is going to become B4. But that's not how B4 works. B4 is only along highways. And so for that fact alone would make this lot eligible for that designation. If it was a block away or behind in the residential area, then it wouldn't fit the qualification for a B4.
That is one of the qualifications, that's
That
correct.
it be along a highway.
Yes.
Right. So for that, I understand that planning and zoning is hesitant to, create isolated zonings or initiate or approve something that doesn't fit with the area. But for me, when you're looking at a highway or a roadway that has evolved into, like, for example, Mines Road, right? It's a farm-to-market road, but we have all these zone changes for M1s. And as much as, we don't want everything to become an M1, unfortunately, that's kind of what the area is. And so I see Saunders evolving in a similar way as well. So just wanted to
And
clarify
maybe
those points.
staff's position would change later on if we saw a trend towards it. However, at this point, at this location, that was, you know, where our position landed.
And the thing about trends is that they have to start somewhere.
That's correct.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Melissa Figueroa?
Yes, thank you. Would a B3 designation with a conditional use permit prevent the applicant, I'm sorry, Ms. Gale.
Addressing the applicants, right.
Would a conditional use permit in addition to the B3 allow the applicant to proceed with the veterinary clinic?
Yeah, they would have to go through the process of, you know, securing the overlay, and it would go through the regular CUP process. But yes, it would allow the use that would be applied for.
And other uses could also, if there needed to be extended and have some special designation, a conditional use permit could be used to accommodate some of these businesses that want to enter into this new shopping center?
Yes, absolutely.
Because I noticed that the commission, both, not only the department, but the Planning and Zoning Commission denied this request at least 2 times in the past.
That's correct.
So the members that we appointed denied.
They recommended denial.
The recommended denial. And I can see why, well, in my opinion, you have the back side of this with several homes. And understanding, so Saunders itself won't be I-69. It won't be that major highway. I-69 will start closer to the loop, and according to the Texas Department of Transportation, I-69 might actually not even come into town through Saunders. It may be routed through Loop 20 so that it does remain kind of on that highway system. And Saunders, it seems to me, is this mixed-use area where you have residents that are having to deal with a lot of the development occurring right at the edge of their neighborhood. And the shopping center isn't prevented from doing any of the things that you've suggested just because of the B4. And it seems to me that when we look at the zoning, it's difficult because B4 allows for the auto body paint repair shop and the muffler shop that's across it may be illegally in operation. You know, the auto impound yard, the scrap waste recycling collection. I think that's when residents who live in the area come and they see that you want to change from a B3 to a B4. They're not necessarily saying, well, I believe your business will be there for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. They're saying if your business doesn't work out, then the conversion could occur to all of these other much heavier uses that could create extra pollution or extra noise, things that when they think of their home make them uncomfortable to be a neighbor to. So I think it is incumbent upon us to realize that we look at neighborhoods and we want to make sure that what we approve is congruent to the neighborhood in which it exists. And I do think your shopping center could be very successful even if you needed to go through the conditional use process to get that special designation from a B3 to a B4.
Okay, and I understand your motion. To be honest, I had thought about this as well, and I do know that there's also residences behind the B4s that are currently on Saunders. So, you know, as of now, those have been running smoothly and they haven't been removed from that location. So I do think.
So I think that's the key part that you just mentioned. Once the B4 designation is given, it cannot be removed. Yes. So the people that live behind that
we do not plan to leave
repair,
the location.
I know, and I hope it's successful.
And it will
but
be.
That automotive repair shop that's been there, that was a legacy issue, the neighborhood is still having to deal with it because there is no way for them to shut it down. Once that higher designation is given, residents don't have any more voices. They don't get to change any of their lived experiences.
Well, most of these residents live in front of a well-trafficked highway, as Ms. Perez mentioned, and so they, I believe, are already accustomed to the highway traffic that's going on there. It's been like this for years. This location that I am representing is not gonna make the change for the rest of that, intersection or that whole block that is from Loop 20 all the way to Highway 35.
I think as the concerned resident mentioned, the fact that you begin to change one small block, it triggers now the next block can change much more
Trying to
easily.
evolve.
Now the next block can change more easily. And these homes have been here for decades.
Right.
And that's their concern. That they just want to make sure that their neighborhood is compatible, that the neighbors are compatible, so that they can rest comfortably in their home. And a B3 business is still a business that allows you to have many different kinds of tenants.
Yes, yeah, and I'm aware of that.
Councilwoman, go ahead.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify for the record that Saunders is going to be I-2, not I-69. I-69 is the loop that goes to World Trade Bridge, so just wanted to clarify that statement. And then also, just a point to still know is that we still have our land development code that restricts what kind of businesses can be located within so many feet of a residential area. So there are still guidelines in place that we have, and we can always amend those as well, that would protect the residential neighborhoods, the residential zoning area. So, Mayor, with that, I'd like to make a motion to close and introduce.
Thank you.
Motion, second, any second?
Second.
Second? Want to repeat the motion?
That motion to close and introduce.
Second by Rangel, you have a question?
No, second.
He has a question.
Question? Go ahead. Okay. No, you just seconded. All right, no question. All right. All right, motion second? Okay. Question?
Mayor, to clarify, are you moving to deny or to approve?
Introduce.
Motion to introduce the, to allow it.
Allow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and for point of order, or just a question, Zone, the reason why you asked that, Zone, just so I'm clear for the future, is because both staff and planning and zoning recommended denial, so if the motion was to close and introduce, that would actually deny it, right? I'm just for the future.
Just to be
I'm
clear, what you wanted to approve or deny, but remember, there's no difference in the number of
Okay,
votes
got
anymore.
it.
So.
And then I have,
Thank you.
typically on this council, we, when we have these controversial things where we're going to override, vote to override, generally speaking, it's not a rule, it's not set in stone, but generally we, go with, where the councilman for that district is at, and I don't think Councilmember Torres has given his final belief, because we have Councilmember for District 7 motioning to close and introduce, so can we hear from the council member from the district?
Want to respond to that?
Sure, I think I already mentioned that I think the area does need to be, there needs to be investment on Saunders. It's very similar to Arkansas, Meadow, Clark. And I think that the demolition of that deteriorated building and the restaurant that's there would bring the same commodities that the plazas east and south of that building would bring. So we are lacking veterinary clinics also in our city, so I think that I'm hoping that they come through with their tenant, and I'm in agreement with this.
All right.
And Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
I do think, for those, the business owners along Saunders watching, this, will likely create a snowball effect that our current councilmember for District 4 won't have to deal with, because he won't be here when that snowball comes in. So the next council member who takes place in January will probably be receiving a lot of requests if this passes today, and I feel for that person because it's a slippery slope is my only concern. But generally, I go with where the council member for that district is. So.
I think that what's important to note is that no council member unilaterally makes these decisions, and we'll find out as a council as a whole is ultimately what ends up making the decisions. And we'll see once the project is completed and, take it from there.
All right,
May I?
go ahead.
Ms. Guerra, because we keep mentioning that this is a highway district and it's a highway, what is the speed limit on Saunders at that area?
Oh, my lord. Looking for traffic here. I'm not sure.
I can,
I'm not sure.
I can suggest it's 35, but to be honest, I don't know if it's 35 or 40. And my only, 35. So I think 35 miles per hour puts it firmly not as a highway district, puts it firmly as a residential area.
Yeah,
Or a mixed, at the bare minimum, a mixed use. And I understand that there are other issues and other designations, but when we think about the highway district, we really are thinking about a highway with 55 miles per hour minimum, no stoplights or very few stoplights. Saunders at this area has stoplights every 3 to 4 blocks because it's a residential, it serves a residential neighborhood. I just wanted to point that out.
All right.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Okay.
if I
Yes.
just may redirect, Saunders is no different, to Councilmember Cigarroa's point. The I-35 may have a 65, 55, 70 mile an hour, but you take into consideration San Darío, Santa Úrsula, where there's traffic lights, and you have B4s along Santa Úrsula, San Darío, even San Bernardo with B4s, right? When San Bernardo used to be designated a highway, just as very similar is Saunders, right? So I think the relevance of the speed limit on the highway is does not relate to the item because it's treated the same way San Bernardo used to be treated when it used to be the old 35.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to say for the record, I, for one, will be voting against this because it does sound that the use that has been proposed can fall under B3 with perhaps a conditional use permit. I do find it interesting that this has come, this was brought up, I believe, in February or March, and because of the supermajority, it didn't pass, and then the supermajority ordinance or rule in the land development was rescinded, and here it is again, and that will obviously fail since we don't have the ability to well, since the ordinance previously was rescinded. So, I just putting that on the record because but thank you for your initiative to beautify the area. I don't see why a B4 is needed.
All right.
Well, Mayor, might be direct.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Anelis, can you come back to the podium? By any chance, are you gonna have some green spaces in the area? Are you gonna add trees and all that to the area?
Yes, that's part of our plan. It will include trees and greeneries.
Okay, all right.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Call for the question. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion pass. Thank you. I vote.
Number 13.
Number 13, for or against, for or against, for or against.
District 1.
District 1. This motion, to introduce.
Second. Motion, second, all in favor? Aye. Motion pass. 14, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion pass.
Mayor, council to introduce introductory ordinances number 15, 16, and 17.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
I have a question about number 16.
Question?
Mayor, I'll amend my motion to, well, there's really no motion needed for council to introduce any item, so we don't have to vote on it, and Councilmember Cigarroa can make her question on number 16.
Question on number 6, go ahead.
the ordinance to authorize the city manager to amend the FY 24-25 water availability funds budget by approving a drawdown from fund balance and appropriating expenses in the amount of $3,137,164 to cover the goodwill rebate and small business assistance program related to the October 2024 water boil notice incident. In speaking with some constituents and getting a couple of messages, once people are made aware that the rebate to the residential accounts will be $10, it doesn't see, I have not found much excitement or enthusiasm for actually receiving the rebate. And I understand that it's a little bit more substantial for businesses as they use more water and perhaps they had a greater impact, but you know, it's $700,000 that will be given to residences through this goodwill rebate at $10 per resident. And I think that money would be better spent on putting it back in our infrastructure program. We've been talking a lot, there was a lot of discussion about projects and looking for non-essential projects and trying to figure out a definition for that. Well, this is $700,000 that could be applied directly to improving our aging infrastructure instead of returning $10 to residents just to kind of acknowledge the boil water notice that we had, the city was forced to apply. And so I don't know if there is any room for discussion on this zone. We already did discuss and agree to it, but I think I just want to make that comment, that I think the money would be better spent if we would apply it to the aging infrastructure instead of the rebate program.
Any other comment?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve final reading of ordinances number 18, 19, and 20, 21 as well.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion pass.
Motion to approve consent agenda item 22, 23, and 24.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion pass.
Motion to approve consent agenda items 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
32,
I'll
33.
amend my motion to include up to 31.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion pass.
32 and 2.
32 and 33. Yes, go ahead.
So both of these items are related to the Faskin project, and there's also another item on here for the auditor's report, item 60. So I'd like to make a motion to bring up all three items at the same time.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion pass.
So I'd like to, Mayor, if I may, there was an email sent by the, Ms. Tina for audit, and there's some reports in there. I don't know if everyone had a chance to read through it. But if you read through the report, it talks about, so on page 2 of the report, it talked about the timeline, and there's an issue with the project. As everybody knows, this project is 4 years overdue, and final report from Slay Architecture says that it's a finished product. But the auditor we had requested through council that a risk management inspection go out. Okay, a risk management inspection be conducted. So on 10/25/24, which was like 3 weeks ago, there's a whole safety inspection report that is a repeat of another safety inspection report that was conducted on 8/22 in August. So you've got a 2-month gap between the first safety and the second safety, and nothing changed between the first safety and the second safety. If you look at the report, it talks about general hazards, and the project fails on almost every point. So there's a discrepancy in the amounts in the auditor's report. There's a discrepancy on who's gonna be installing the safety netting. There's a discrepancy on whether or not the project is completed, because you have the architect who's asking for final payment here with a statement that this project is finished, and you have a compliance report from the city saying that this project is not safe. So I'd like to kind of point out a couple of things. Number one, on page 2 of the timeline, and I don't know if you all can put the paperwork up there for everyone else to look at, but we've got the email today, the treehouse review from the auditor report. Page 2, I'd like to point out that on April 15, April 15, 2019, which was before we were here, most of us, council approved Slay Architecture, the design of a public purpose, which included an outdoor swimming pool, kids tree house, natural water feature, vehicle parking, lighting, camera, and other amenities. And those were things that the people of District 7 had asked for in a community meeting. On October 7th, council amends the contract to incorporate Cortez Studio, but the auditor report does not talk about when all these other features were dropped from the contract. So I'd like to see that it be included in the timeline, is so we can get a comprehensive report that the project that was originally approved on April 15 is not the project that we ultimately received. And it doesn't mention here in this report when we dropped all these important features. You look at December 5th on that same report, a little further down, fiscal year 2022, December 5th, it says, the City of Laredo will assist Cortez Studio providing in-kind services, estimated amount of $20,000. So the estimate for the City of Laredo's in-kind donation, which was because it was during COVID, the artist needed help figuring out with his residency coming down to Laredo to work on this project. And then he needed assistance with us supplying the equipment and doing a whole bunch of the labor, which Mr. Gomez had testified or stated about a year ago to us that the cost estimate for their labor was over $100,000. So I'd like to point out that there's a discrepancy there between the estimated amount that we were going to contribute as a city to assist this artist to finish, and the actual amount, which the auditor report does not mention the final amount. In fact, on page 5, there's a statement at the top, page 5 of your report, Tina. It says, the total amount of $640,934 paid to vendors does not include the various, quote, construction duties at the beginning of the project performed by Parks and Recreation and Utilities personnel. Personnel costs were not attributed to the Fasken Treehouse project, and both departments paid for the labor from their department budgets. That was not part of the deal. That was not supposed to be part of the arrangement. We were not supposed to be footing the bill for any of this project. We were going to help, but we were not supposed to be absorbing any costs. And the auditor herself mentions that there is not an accurate number for that, which I believe we should include in the report. The final report should have that final number that we as a city paid, because you went from an estimate of $20,000 to an unknown final amount. And I understand that it's difficult because our personnel were working, but their job did not include finishing this art project. Their job was to do other things, which they were then putting the city on a bind and a shortage in their regular duties to stop what they have to do to come and work over here. And if you see, we pulled people from utilities, which is a very vital department, especially right now with all that we're going through with the water. So we had to pull our utilities personnel, which we needed them to be working on our water, and we had to pull Parks and Rec employees so we can come and finish this contract for this architecture firm who hired an artist that didn't do what he was supposed to do. And if you look at the contract, nowhere in here does it talk about why he was even part of this arrangement, because council approved this project on April 15 that included, again, swimming pool, natural water feature, parking, lighting, cameras, treehouse, and then the project was changed. And I understand that the amendment was changed for monetary reasons, but it didn't really clarify why we were dropping the pool and other things. And so you're taking money that was supposed to be for a pool and all these other things, and the exact same amount and more was used for just the treehouse and this water feature. So this whole project has just been a disaster, in my opinion. The way it was created, the way it was handled, the way it was modified, the way it was having to chase after this artist to come in here, us having to foot the bill for their shortcomings on their contract. And if you look at the report, it continues to be a headache, because on page 3, the artist on July 22nd, on the second bullet, actually under August 2nd, on that bullet point, it says, the artist's final recommendation to the city were 2, and the last recommendation is install a stainless steel railing mesh. So he's telling the city that we need to install the railing mesh. But if you go through the report, on August 30th, City of Laredo Engineering received confirmation that Studio Cortez would be coming back to complete the project by installing stainless steel cable wiring netting as per the original sketch. So his original sketches included this netting that is needed to protect kids from falling, yet his recommendation to us is, I'm done, you guys install it. And we're still trying to figure out when it became our responsibility. And this whole thing is a mess.
Yes. Well, Tina Rodriguez, internal auditor, in that, for the wire netting, yes, there was a back and forth. The first preliminary sketch did have the netting, and it is on page 7. But when Slay Architecture, they at first said, yes, they were gonna be providing the netting, or the artist was gonna provide the netting, but then Slay Architecture with Cortez Studios came together and said, no, this preliminary sketch was not the final one. So when the final one was submitted, it was submitted without the netting.
And did we approve that final one? I don't believe we ever did.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Ramon Chavez, City Engineer. As it was mentioned, the drawing that you saw on the screen right now, that was part of the preliminary schematic design. When the final drawings were bidded out, it did not include that mesh, that metal mesh. So the plans were approved without the metal netting.
So the city of Laredo failed to put it out there with the requirement of the netting?
It was, the way the plans were approved, it was without it, yes.
Okay, so that's a failure on our end, I believe, because we bid out for a project that was gonna require a safety netting, and then it became, and I know that Parks put up a metal safety netting, and the artist came back and said that it needed to be modified because of the aesthetics or something at one point. So, there we go back to the drawing board. On page 4, it has the vendor, the payment, the total. If you look under vendor, you've got Texas Enviro Solutions, Texas First Rentals, Terracon Consultants, Ingram Ready Mix. Those are all fees that we absorbed to this project that were not supposed to be things that the city was supposed to have been paying for, correct?
Those were all fees associated with the Cortez Studio coming and performing their.
This was our doing what they were supposed to be doing, and we paid the bill even though they had an active contract.
We foot the bill.
That they're now asking us to pay more money for today. So if you go down, through the project, I think this report needs to be a little more comprehensive in the fact that we need to figure out, how we got to this mess in the first place. Like, how did a request for a pool and a tree house then become just a sole tree house with a water feature when that was not the original scope? And then the price didn't go down, it stayed the same and increased. And then now they're asking, there's a discrepancy between, if you go to page, the Risk Management, Safety and Loss Control Safety Inspection Report, it should be, I don't know if that's in your auditor report or not, but it's towards the very end. I'd like for us to take a look at what's in there, because if you go to this executive summary, it has a lot of findings. The findings transition is less than 0.5. The treehouse foundation is not leveled with the surface grade. Okay, so this whole thing was built not leveled. So that you're talking from the very beginning, not built to level. It still remains a safety hazard to this day that this is not leveled. Sharp points, corners, or edges on the equipment. There are overhead sharp edges under the stairway and on the second level of the treehouse. Mind you, this report was conducted like 3 weeks ago. There are missing damaged protective caps or plugs. There are protrusions and projections, potential clothing entanglement hazards on the second floor. Treehouse foundation is greater than, half an inch from grading, so that creates a trip hazard. Broken equipment, no barrier on the second level. Their GFCI plug, like nobody knows if it's working or not, which is...
Risk management went twice. The first time was in August 22nd, which was right after the directive that was given to perform this. And then they went back on October 25th.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago. So if you look on the report, there's all these pictures. So the public can see, and so my colleagues can see, that there's all these pictures of the deficiencies in this report for this project that we're going to be expected to pay out and finalize and accept as finished. That's just one page. Can we flip through the other pages? Because there's like 5 or 6 or 7 pages of deficiencies, all pointing out specific areas where children can get hurt. And there's also a clarification over here that this project is considered a playground. So I don't know if you can just flip through some of those pictures that stand today. On the executive summary, it says, the safety inspection format used to conduct the inspection is specific for playground, as the treehouse is considered a playground structure. So I think this is what gets us to the problem, is that you have an artist who's creating art, and you have a contract that's expecting a playground structure. This art is supposed to be for children, and you don't have any of the safety protocols, starting from a leveled foundation, which, who do you blame for that? Did we not ask for a leveled foundation in the bidding? Or is that something that is excusable because, well, we didn't ask for a leveled foundation? Who's supposed to be responsible for leveling the foundation? And is it okay in art playground structures not to have a leveled foundation?
Well, again, I don't know if it's the level foundation, but I know there were some grading issues, and so we graded everything so that it matches the foundation.
Who did that?
Parks.
Parks did.
Yes.
Is that cost included in here? Because as of 3 weeks ago, it was not leveled.
Right.
So when did you all do it? Because they were here asking for final payment our last council meeting on the 4th, on November 4th. And this report was done on the 25th.
That was
So
done
when-
after the second visit from Risk, which was after the October 25th, which is the second time.
How can we vote today to pay out this contract on item 32, which asks us to release the contractor and pay them 44,000, and then pay also Studio Cortez 33,000, when they owe us money. They owe us money because we put in our staff time. The departments put in their budget time and their money, and you can see where we hired, we bought concrete and we paid for, equipment, and we paid for rental fees. And there's a project here for children that's failing on our risk management safety report, and we don't have an updated one to reflect that all of these deficiencies have been cleared. We have 2 reports that say the same deficiencies existed for at least 2 months. And then you have the contractor, the architecture firm, telling us, oh, everything's finished. And then, they even mention in their report that including the cactus on top. Like, when did the cactus come up? When did the cactus get discussed that there was gonna throw a cactus on top of this thing? Like, I didn't see any pictures about any cactus or anything. And now you have a cactus up there that I thought was just like some random growing cactus out of the concrete, but apparently it's part of this thing. I don't think that little bonus justifies the incomplete project and an unsafe playground structure for children. So I don't understand how come we're being asked, which I'm completely against. And I actually think we need to pursue the monies that we as a city paid for this thing, and we also need policies and procedures so that something like this never happens again, because here we are buying art, an art project that's supposed to be a playground structure that's completely unsafe, and we have all the, and now it's considered, an art piece, but I think for item 32, 33, and the auditor report, I'd like to request that they conduct a new report, make a motion to conduct a new safety report that clarifies the deficiencies, that addresses all these terms and statements that were not included as far as final cost, how we transition to this project, and that we bring these items back together for consideration at the next council meeting. That's my motion, Mayor.
All right. Motion, any second?
I'll second.
Second, any discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mayor, may I just,
Discussion, go ahead.
can we get Mr. Neff's recommendation on what's happening here?
I believe we
I just don't understand what the what end result we're looking for here.
Right. Yeah, and Mayor, I believe that within the contract, we kept $65,000, did we not?
We did keep those 65,000.
No, we kept 9,800 for the days over, which we only billed them for like 30 days when it's 4 years overdue.
No, there is item 32 is a change order to decrease the amount. So those are the 65,000 that you're referring to. So that, in essence, it's a credit. That, in essence, it's a credit. Then the ratification for the final payment to Celso Gonzalez, who's a general contractor. Then item 33 is the contract that we separated from the general contractor to award to Studio Cortez.
So, this project, and going to what Councilmember Perez is talking about as well too, this contract was not, if it would have been more specified, we wouldn't be here today having this conversation. And that's been the challenge with this piece here. We've had a hard time trying to balance all of this out there because we treated it in a lot of different ways as we walk through this thing. I guess the request and this is why the items keep showing up on there, I don't think we'll be able to recollect our money from whatever we've invested in there of our own dollars. I think this is something that we learned from that project. We've actually affected 2 other projects where we have to account for our time within any of these projects, and it gets costed the same way. This project was probably the one that we utilized exactly with what you're talking about, is that it wasn't costed properly. In my mind, there was a lot of city involvement, whether it be through the parks, whether it be for the stay of the artist, all this stuff was happening within this project. I think where staff is at right now is that unless we're going to, I'm not sure exactly what we'll get back out of this thing as we keep pushing it. I think that's what we had with the legal conversation. And
If I may?
yes, you may.
It seems to me, from a legal perspective, you want to be made whole. You want this project to be completed in the vision that the city wants. Now, who's going to pay for it? How do we get there? Yes, you can go after those who have fallen short. However, are we going to get that money? We're going to collect that money. So that's the cost-benefit analysis. Is how do we get to a result that you're happy with or content with, and then what's the cost mitigation, or how much can you get
Mayor,
back?
if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
With all due respect, Zone, this is not just about money. It's not about money. This is about safety. You know, if you look at the safety report, you've got all these pages of unsafe conditions. Who's gonna pay for that? Who's gonna fix that?
By all means, I'm just saying, if you want this end result to be safe, beautiful, artistic, whatever it may be, that's gonna have a cost. And I believe it sounds like what we've been working towards with management is a lot of it's gonna be borne on the city, and thereafter, if you turn to me and say, go collect what you can, I'll go get a judgment, but I'm not sure how much we're gonna collect.
I understand that, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I understand that.
And I'm not arguing.
I understand, I'm not arguing either, but what I'm saying is that you're asking us to pay out more money to these firms, more money, then we still have to fix all these problems, then we have to go back and ask them to pay for these problems, or do we tell them, we're not gonna pay you until you fix all these problems? Because I understand from an art perspective, this might be, you know, a beautiful piece of art to somebody, but from a childhood playground perspective, this is an unsafe structure. So that's my concern, is that we hired these people to do a project that was supposed to be at the request of a child, that she wanted a tree house. And we gave her a structure that's not safe. And we're paying money to say, oh, we're done with you all, and we're submitting, and we're accepting the architect's final report that it's all finished. And I don't agree that it's finished. I don't agree that this project is finished. And I don't think that the city should pay them and then go figure it out on our own, because we've been figuring it out. And if you look through the report, $600,000, we've already paid more than we should have paid. Monies to the ready mix company, monies to the rental company, you know, all these monies that we've paid to help this project get finalized. And on top of that, these contractors want their payment for to be able to say, we're done and you deal with it. I don't think we should accept it. That's my point. So that's why I made the motion that I made. We're not gonna accept these reports. We're gonna ask them to bring them back. And then I would like to see, because Mr. Chavez just said that he fixed the grading issue, I'd like to see what that cost us. How much did it cost us to fix the grading? How much is it gonna cost us to fix all these deficiencies? And we should get these firms to pay for that. That's my point. So that's why I made the motion I made.
So those things on the report, Mayor, have been addressed by Parks Department. I don't know if Mr. Gomez has any associated costs with it, but I know that those have been addressed. Some of those safety issues that have been called out by Risk Department.
Mayor,
Right.
with
Yes.
all due respect, the last report was done on the 25th. We're here on November 18th, and you're telling us that there's all these changes when for 2 months, the same report with the same deficiencies. Why do we not have an updated report?
Good evening, Mayor. Linda Teniente, Human Resources Director and also a Risk Manager for the city. Tomorrow we will do a follow-up meeting and we'll do an inspection just to see if those deficiencies have been addressed. and we'll put a final report together for you all. The last time that risk management was out there was on October the 25th. We have not gone back since the 25th, so we'll go back and we'll verify the information.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I just find it very disrespectful, and I apologize to my colleagues for having to hear me, go on and on. But I find it very disrespectful to the people the children of District 7 that asked for something that they did not get, something safe. And I find it disrespectful for an architect firm to tell us that it's complete when our risk management department is saying it's not complete. So I'm very upset of how this transpired, and not because I like this project or I don't like this project or whatever. It's because the kids can't use it safely. That's my concern. That's my problem. Mayor, I'd like to reiterate my motion so the rest of council can hear what I had motioned, and then I don't know if anybody has any.
I want Mr. Nem to give us a
Council,
perspective.
and I'm not sure if the motion has any impact on that, but what I would ask for is a potential tabling of this until the next meeting so that legal can prepare a litigation report so that we can go behind closed doors and actually have a full conversation about what these next steps would look like and what we could expect.
Motion to table, Mayor.
Second.
All right, motion table.
I'm sorry.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
It's tabled.
May I?
Oh, did you want to report something?
It's tabled, you can't.
It's tabled.
Tabled, yes.
From the table.
Yeah. All in favor, thank you. Motion passed.
There's no way I can respond to this one. There's no way I can respond.
Next item.
Next item is what, let's see.
All right, Mayor, so I'll make a motion to approve item 34 from the consent agenda.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Motion to approve items 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40.
Second.
I have a question on
Number 40.
Minus 40 up to 39, Mayor.
Up to 39, motion
As amended.
as amended. Any second?
I second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Mayor, I abstain for purpose of the record on item 35, 38, and 39.
All right. Second.
No, I abstain, just.
You abstain, does it pass anyway?
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
Mr. Nguyen, or Mr. Maldonado, are you collecting the abstentions, the form that we all agreed to? Mr. Nguyen, are you enforcing the abstentions that we passed
Yes, we are.
several months ago? Thank you.
Right.
Item number 40, consideration to award 2-year supply contract FY 24-118 for the purchase of automotive parts for the fleet department to the following vendors: Gonzalez Auto Parts, $700,000, O'Reilly Auto Parts, $300,000, Toro Automotive, $300,000, Advance Auto Parts, $300,000. The contract establishes annual purchase prices and a percentage discount on parts utilized during city vehicle repairs. All parts will be purchased on an as-needed basis. The term of this contract shall be for a period of 2 years, beginning as of the date of its execution, and it's contingent upon the availability of appropriated funds. This contract can be renewed for 3 additional 1-year extension periods upon the mutual agreement of the parties. Funding is available in the Fleet Management Fund. Hello, Mr. Miller. I know we spoke briefly, I think last meeting, about the inventory controls, and you had said that inventory controls had been much improved. And I did want to ask, is because it is on an as-needed basis, do these items come to the shop, or do they stay in these businesses and then as needed, they come into, like are you holding items, are you holding parts, or is it less or more fluid than that?
City Council.
Go ahead.
All these parts are purchased. They do not stay at the vendor. When we purchase them, they're brought to our facility. If they're inventory items, they're stuck at the inventory. If they're for individual vehicles that we needed to get the parts that we did not have inventory, goes on the vehicle. Nothing ever stays at the vendor. Whatever we order is brought to us, we're invoiced, and we receive it. Nobody else, it's not on consignment or anything. It belongs to the city, and we have control of it.
Okay, so you do, when you're refilling inventory, then that is put into your system?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is
It is all
controlled
under
there through your
control.
shop?
It goes into our system, the AS4, our RTA system, and then the AS400 also receives it too. And as it's charged out of our inventory, AS400 takes care of it, also to pull it out too.
Okay.
Because if that items that we got go into our inventory, we're not charged till we use it. But we paid for it already. In other words, part of our system, our inventory.
So then, when it's used, you charge it to the different departments as?
In other words, each vehicle that is, whatever department their vehicle, each item is charged to that vehicle, which belongs to the department. And that's where, if you look at my reports that I put out, it breaks down the parts, the labor, everything that's given to that unit from our inventory and from our outside vendors too.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
I'll move to close and introduce.
Second. Okay, motion second, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes.
I abstain from 40.
All right.
Mayor,
That's
just as a point of order, it's not to close introduce. I think y'all need to vote to approve the item.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll vote to approve, I move to approve item number 4.
Second. Second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passes.
I abstain, Mr. Maldonado.
Abstain as noted.
Mayor, motion to bring back item 31. It's my understanding, I thought we voted on it, but the city secretary is saying we didn't. So motion to bring up item 31.
Motion? Second. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Motion to approve item 31.
Second. Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Motion to approve items 41, 42, 43, and 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52.
Questions on 51 and 52?
I'll stop at 50, Mayor.
All right, motion.
Mayor, just one clarification. Item number 42, in the middle of the agenda item, it says TIPS contract. It should be Omnia contract.
Where?
42.
On item number 42, where it says TIPS contract, it should be OMNIA, Omnia.
OMNIA?
OMN as in Nancy, IA.
Omnia.
Instead of TIPS?
Instead of TIPS.
All right, Mayor, so for purposes of clarification, my motion is to approve items 41, 42 as amended to reflect what was requested into the record by the city secretary, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
So number 51 is consideration to approve a cooperative contract for the rental of 7 automated trucks from Big Truck Rental in Florida at the total amount of $1,211,200, utilizing the Omnia Partners National Cooperative Contract Number for the Solid Waste Services Department. Trucks will be rented for daily garbage and recycle pickup for a period of 1 year. Funding is available in the Solid Waste Fund. Hello, Mr. Porter. And then the 52 item, if we can look at them together, then we're purchasing trucks. And so I guess, Mr. Porter, the decision to rent some trucks versus purchasing, why does that make sense?
Sure. John Porter, Environmental and Solid Waste Department. So remember, there's a big lead time on purchasing of these trucks. And we also have old trucks in our fleet that are constantly needing maintenance. And so we're doing the rental as a stopgap between,
Okay.
so that when, it buys us time to, you know, when we
receive
actually
the new,
receive
the $4 million expenditure.
Right.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
is it possible, can we ask questions? Where are we at with those trucks, the ones that broke down? How many do we have broken down as we speak as right now?
I don't have today. I know we had some out that on Friday. I think we had 7 or 9 routes that were delayed. And that's the whole idea with this. We've already got 3 rental trucks And with this, we'll have a total of 7, and that's gonna, again, help with the pickup.
So we don't have the trucks haven't been fixed or?
They're being fixed, but they're, you know, I mean, they're.
Taking a while?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the trucks are being repaired. Just like he was mentioning, the rental trucks that have been brought in, and then the last 6 trucks, that brand new trucks, have helped us to take those trucks that need to be repaired.
Okay.
That we've been having, we got so many trucks, older trucks, that we have 17 older trucks that are going down regularly. So we doing everything in our power to get them back up and going as soon as possible.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Porter, do you think we're gonna bring that amount of 7 trucks, the renting trucks, are we gonna bring them down in a couple of months? Or after we fix, or are we always gonna keep?
No, and
those 7 trucks?
actually, I mean, I don't know if they wanna hear this, but, I mean, they're new trucks, and I would rather put all the heavy lifting on those trucks, because we know that they're new, and we're gonna have less problems, and then again, we can alleviate, some of the heavier.
And once you cycle in all the newer trucks that we're gonna be getting,
Okay.
you'll start seeing that go down, but we've got to get rid of those 17 trucks.
Okay.
As quick as possible. And the only way we're gonna do it, once we get all these trucks in.
All right.
And then we'll start working on other issues that come about as we go forward.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Mayor, motion to approve item number 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, and 58.
Second.
Motion, second,
58 was already, 58 was already approved.
58 already been,
up to 57.
up to 57.
Motion, second?
Second.
Second? Any second? Yes?
Yes, second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Staff reports number 59.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Lynn Ramos, and passing the a sample of our collaboration is Andrea Ordonez.
Thank you. I like Bruce. Bruce walk.
And this is an item that came about from an item placed by Councilmember Melissa Cigarro. So we were asked to come back and report on what we have done. So Andrea and I, and her team and my team, we all met at different times in the last few months. And basically we met to assess the needs, to explore potential collaboration opportunities. We identified different ones, but we wanted to begin with very specific ones. And so 3 key areas for initial partnership were brochures, campaign, and Teatro Tejano de la Calle, which I believe it's the one that closest, is the closest one to what I think was the purpose of the item.
So one of the first things that we could move on very quickly was the production of these brochures. These walking tours offer an opportunity for visitors to take tours any time of the day, any day. So with this partnership, we started with the San Agustin Ghost Walk just because of the time of the year. We were able to produce, with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, the brochures that we just handed you just in time for the spooky season. And they are one of the most popular things that we have year round. So these are now available for people to take, and again, they've been very popular. And we are also working on a heritage walking tour that covers more than the area that's the San Agustin walking tour. It covers the San Agustin Historic District, St. Peter's, the Old Mercado District, and these are going to be available for people not only in Laredo, but also they're going to be available for people out of town at different hotels for conventions. And so we are able to expand our reach so that people can learn the history of Laredo in a way that it's short, concise, and maybe in this way they can come to the areas and explore them themselves. So this is the fastest way that we could start this partnership, and we're already working on it.
The next slide that you're going to see is a sneak peek of what hopefully all of you will get to see tomorrow at the launch of our U.S. campaign. So in the campaign, Visit Laredo is set to launch our new U.S. marketing campaign tomorrow with a key focus on promoting historic downtown. The city's rich history presents a unique opportunity to attract visitors and highlight the cultural treasures that make Laredo a distinctive destination. So the first picture that you see there is part of the video that we are going to unveil tomorrow at Cinemark. And the one in the bottom is mock-up of a billboard. So we have a whole suite of ads dedicated to history. Webb County Heritage was very gracious. They allowed us to film and take pictures inside the museums. And so we're very grateful for that. And that made for really good content for the campaign.
And then we're working on the Teatro Tejano de la Calle. This was conceived years ago when the Texas Historical Commission came to Laredo and they started the project of Caminarte. But due to funding constraints, we weren't able to fully develop it just because of availability of actors and again, funding. It wasn't feasible at the time, but now that we have a potential to continue this project, we are trying to engage the public in a more just engaging manner. So we're planning on hiring actors to be in different sites at the plaza during Caminarte, so that people are coming downtown and they're exploring the different galleries and museums, but they're also getting some living history where people can actually talk to them about the different people, the different important figures in the history of Laredo, so they can engage in a more fun way, that it's not just static information or just a lot of text. So we wanted to have it relatively soon, but again, it's taking some time, but we're hoping to have it sometime next year, hopefully early in the year, so that this is an addition to Caminarte that continues to grow in the downtown. So hopefully we'll have more news on this starting next year.
Will this be a continuous thing or?
Yes, it would be a continuous thing. So it would be every month, the first Friday of the month, that we would have those. During the time of Caminarte, people could come to the plaza and get these different stories of the different important figures in Laredo.
And the actors are volunteers or?
Volunteers, hopefully we could pay them.
We're trying to figure that out.
We're trying to figure that out, yes.
Because that was the issue we had last time.
Yeah.
And people are giving their time, so we want to make sure we
compensate them
for that. Yes.
Mayor, ma'am?
We're planning on working with the local theater groups. Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I think this is a great start. This is amazing. I'm going to go do this now. And I really appreciate that your enthusiasm to join forces, get together, and just come up with so many creative ideas to really put Laredo on the map in a way that appeals to that historic tourist. I do want to ask, and I know it's a longer-term project, but the places that we know and love and understand they're part of history, like the Civil War battle site and the huaraches versus the botas versus huaraches, and things like that. I think when I originally proposed the idea, it was also to include some type of monument, some type of structure, some type of something that conveys that sense of where it happened. Because as descriptive as we can be, it's a little bit more tangible, or it's easier for people to imagine if there's some flavor of it in a tangible item, tactile item. And so, if you have ideas
So the first part of that project is already underway. CVB provided monies to the TIRS, to the downtown TIRS, and we sat down with them because the monies that, as you know, hotel occupancy tax is very specific. Yes. And so we sat down with the TIRS and determined which locations the monuments, the wayfinding signage, the monuments had to point to. So to include, and not necessarily events, historical events, but historical locations and historical buildings. And so we have already provided those monies to the TERS. And so that is the first phase of that, project.
Thank you so much for collaborating with even more partners, because I think it's going to take a lot of effort from a lot of different actors to get this all moving in the same direction, and I appreciate your efforts and look forward to see what continues to develop.
Yes, and we also, we're collaborating on the coffee tour. We realize that a lot of people are not available to go exchange their prices during the week at the times that we're open, but the museum is open at different times, so we're collaborating in that too.
So the museum is open on Saturdays when the Convention and Visitors office is not open. So now if people complete their coffee tour and they want to go on a Saturday, they can go claim their prize at the Republic of the Rio Grande Museum.
That's a great project, and congratulations. It's long overdue, but we have to start somewhere. Very good.
We're
Thank you.
working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, motion to go into executive session for item number 61 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, deliberations regarding real property, to deliberate on subsidies and lease agreement between the City of Laredo, ASM Global, and 2L4L for the use of the Unitrade Stadium, and any other matters incident thereto, to include the city manager, the city attorney, and anybody else deemed necessary and appropriate by the city manager.
Second.
Or city attorney.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Executive session. Back to regular session. No action was taken, no votes were done.
Mr. Mayor, for item number 61, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city manager to proceed accordingly in the best interest of the city of Laredo.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Motion to recess as the Laredo City Council as convened as the Laredo Mass Transit Board.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion to approve item 62.
Second.
Motion
Second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Motion to adjourn as the Laredo Mass Transit Board and reconvene as the Laredo City Council.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor, motion to bring up item 63F2.
All right, we have 63A also.
Or you want to proceed with, we just have someone for a brief
All
presentation.
right, go ahead and start with that first.
So there's a motion and a second.
63F, motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The item at the table is discussion with possible action on becoming an institutional sponsor with Comsa Noreste to support the city's promotion of foreign trade, logistics, and security within the supply chain for companies based in Nuevo León, Coahuila, Tamaulipas, Durango, Chihuahua, and Laredo, Texas, and any other matters incident thereto. Mr. Mayor, this item came to us, and I think that for years, Comsa Noreste has tried to have the city of Laredo participate as one of their institutional sponsors. I was surprised to learn that we are one of, if not the only city that is not part of this coalition that works with these companies based out of the states that we do a lot of business with as being the #1 port. I placed this on the agenda and I spoke briefly to our city manager, and I know that economic development was already looking at something like this. However, their budget does not permit for them to pay for the $10,000 that Comsa Noreste gets from other border cities like Eagle Pass, if I'm not mistaken, El Paso, and McAllen. I found it shocking that Laredo, being the #1 port, is not part of this coalition. And conversations with the city manager, I believe this is something that was already in the works, but I placed it on the agenda to formalize it. And I don't know if Mr. Knapp would like to add anything to this.
Mr. Knapp, go ahead.
No, yeah, Mayor and City Council, no, we believe that this sponsorship will be a good thing for the city as well. With all of our effort with the supply chains and everything that's going on, we fully support entering into this membership with COMSI.
Mayor, so I'd like to make a motion that we approve becoming an institutional sponsor with Comsa Noreste and authorizing the city manager to designate the funding needed through the Economic Development Department.
Second for,
Motion second for
discussion. Tengo una pregunta. Gracias. Hello.
Council members, good evening.
Nombre y
Andres
posición.
Franco, I'm Comce Noreste CEO.
Oh, welcome, sir. Thank you so much for staying here.
No problem.
My question is, there was an agreement several years back, a memorandum of understanding between the city of Laredo and Comce Noreste, I think when Comce Noreste began. Do you have any history of that or any indication of whether that memorandum of understanding is still in operation?
I'll check into it. I don't have the history right now, but as Albert Torres mentioned, yes, El Paso, yes, McAllen, yes, Eagle Pass are sponsors and members of Comce Noreste, and we know of the increasing trade that has been going on and is going to be going on in the next years. And we have worked together also with Mayor Trevino in some of our committees of logistics and customs, where we look forward to solve issues such as peak hours in exports, peak hours in imports, and promote an efficient and secure foreign trade in all of the supply chain. I don't know if with that I'm answering your question. I will look into it. But
Well, I guess I would just wondered what the initial relationship was between the city of Laredo and Comce Noreste, because there was an MOU, and I could read it in the news article, but it doesn't indicate what exactly it was and what that relationship, what that memorandum of understanding set out as their relationship.
I know there was an event that Mayor Trevino gave the keys to Comce Nacional's president, Don Valentin Morol, was I think a couple of years ago. However, I'm not sure about the MOU, but I'll look into it.
I appreciate that. And then there's also Laredo Cold Storage that is a member. And maybe this is, I don't know if this is directed to management or not, but is Laredo Cold Storage our Laredo Cold Storage? So does Laredo Cold Storage pay the $10,000 membership fee?
I'm not sure what their membership level is for Laredo Cold Storage, but it would be our cold storage. It would be Garros, but I don't know what their membership is for.
Just because they're listed on the website as one of the members of the organization, and it doesn't indicate also what that level is.
This MOU you were speaking about as well too was done on November 9th, 2015. And Representative Cuellar, City of Laredo, Comce, signed a memorandum of understanding at that point in time. But it doesn't tell me exactly what it is other than to work together. So this membership, this partnership is another way to advance our efforts. But I think looking at the MOU will be a good thing as well too.
Okay, and the membership fee include, what is included in membership?
Well, it includes 24 events that we organize and make through the year. Medium, large events. We have our business forum in May. We have our assembly in June. We have 11 board meetings throughout the months, and we have our affiliates committees also every month. So issues could be discussed either with board members, with affiliates. Laredo City brand could be displayed in several of these, all of the events. I don't know if I'm answering your question. With the benefits of being a member.
Yes, just understanding what the fee entails, what membership actually grants to the entities that are participating.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I appreciate that. And I don't know, I don't mean for you to come back to council. Perhaps you could share that information of the MOU with our city manager, and he could disseminate that information to us here at council.
Oh, definitely. That's true.
Thank you, sir.
Do that.
All right. Any other questions? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. City members, thank you.
Now, we are in item number 16, General Council discussions, item 63A. Request by mayor, discussion with possible action and in line with the recent passage of Proposition 10 to send items to poll to the public and any matters related thereto. Items include but not limited to: does the public want a convention center or similar venue for the city? Number two, does the public want the city council members to be part-time or full-time? Number three, does the public believe the city council members should receive pensions? Now, the reason I placed all these items to see if we could survey the public, especially on the issue of what expectation of the public is truly is, instead of the opinion of limited differing opinions. So my motion would be to place these questions before the people. Now I would like to open the discussion to city council. If we have any. Go ahead.
Thank you. And yeah, obviously that, as of today, this is now something we can do based off the votes on November 5th. You know, I know we have the bond referendum election, committee that's meeting right now. The subcommittee on public enhancements is looking at the possibility of considering a convention center to the people in May of 2025. Would your item that would be basically polling the people in a, I'm guessing you would want to pursue the non-binding way in this, and would you want to do this in conjunction with the bond referendum committee in May 25, or would you want to do this at another time?
What would be more practical during the bond referendum?
Well, it would be expensive to hold an election, so it would, if we share costs and we wait till May, and then that's my other question is, did you want to be binding or non-binding? So that should be specific to your motion. Excuse me.
All right, basically this is a poll, I don't think it's binding, it's
No, it's not binding.
non-binding.
Sounds like it would not be binding against what your wishes are.
The proposition that passed, the proposition that passed, it gave us the option to do either binding or non-binding, right? Like we could, the proposition that passed gave us the option to do either.
Yes, and if I may, it may be a little confusing. It's not a polling that we're going to go do surveys. It's the election at the referendum, and you poll the public. Do you want this or not? And you can make it non-binding. That way, it's advisory to you, or you can propose an ordinance like we are going to do this if the citizens say yes. That would be a binding.
Based on the poll, basically.
Based on the election. The election is the poll.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse me.
It would be, okay, same thing.
All right.
Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
So I think we need to be careful when we talk about taking things to the public if there is no plan of action for all of the possibilities. So for example, the convention center, we are a city of almost 300,000. It is incumbent, in my opinion, for us to have some type of convention center, civic center, whatever that might be, because of our size. If we go to the public, and usually off November elections have a very low turnout, you could get the result that the public will say, we don't want a convention center. And then where does that leave us on council? I agree that there are certain issues perhaps that we do want the public input, but we have to plan carefully what we're going to ask the public. Because if they respond to us in a way that does not conform with our strategic vision for the city, then we might be prevented from following through on items that we know for our economic development and our strategic plans we must move forward on. So I just want us to take that into consideration when we're determining items to place on this election.
Go ahead, Mr. Day.
You know, Mayor and City Council, just for timing, because we've been working on this one, the bond referendum as well too. You have until the middle of February to determine what items you want to put onto this election. So you have a little bit of time here, I think from December and January, if you wanted to take time to figure out what you wanted to ask the public within the proposition. So we would always recommend that you keep it tied to an election that we have already happening, because that's going to share the cost of where it's at, and you just saw what doing a runoff election is gonna run us, the full cost of it, so that, but I would recommend that you do go into that. Now, though, I will say the one item on the public wanting a convention center or similar venue, the first time around that we were gonna do this, it was going to use hotel and occupancy fees. It was gonna be the outsiders paying for it. So when you establish this question in there, do you wanna use property tax money in order to cover it, or do you wanna cover it in a different manner? So you have those abilities to walk through those things. But just wanted to make sure you understood the timeline that you have. We have until essentially February 14th, Valentine's Day, to determine what we're gonna put on for the election for May. And so that conversation for the bond referendum will be coming forward before February 14th.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
So I think that the idea that less people would vote in the May election, to a certain extent, may be, irrelevant. At the end of the day, you're giving the people the opportunity to go vote and make their voice heard, right? So it is the voters' decision where they go or not. And sometimes a no vote is a vote in and of itself, I've always said. People decide to undervote, and that is a vote. Undervoting is counted, right? And I don't have a specific preference whether you all want to do any of this in May or wait till November for the next general election, or if the governor ends up calling some sort of proposition election on an off year, which is possible with the session coming up in 2025. I think that you can ask the public whatever it is we want to ask the public on a non-binding way. And if the, using Councilor Cigarro's example, if you put this out on whether the public wants a convention center or not, the argument's gonna go both ways. If the public says no, then this governing body can turn around and say, the public says they don't want it, however, we feel it's needed, and it is our fiduciary duty and responsibility to move forward with doing this, and you take into advisement whatever that result is, right? Very similar to how an advisory committee works. They make recommendations, and this governing body decides to either accept the recommendation or go a different route. What I do encourage is that I think Mr. Glenn couldn't be much more specific in saying it's going to be important for this council to make very, very clear when you do something that's binding or non-binding, right? So I'd be very concerned if you go out to the public and say, do we want a convention center or not, to Councilor Cigarro's point, and you make it a binding election. If they say no, then that's it, right? It's done. Then this council has to abide by that result until you go back again. And it's going to be very hard to overturn it, because I would assume that that would hold until there's a new election that says otherwise. If you do it non-binding, then you take it under advisement, right? If we are going to start doing these non-binding elections, then I think that any project that's going to cost in excess of X million of dollars should be something that the voters should vote on. And I'll use an example, the binational park, right? If that's something that you all do plan on including, I'm not going to be here as a city council member by then, but I think we all, as a community, the city, but the governing body that decides what makes it to the ballot or not, should consider maybe anything over 50 million, right? And if convention center's under 50 million, then don't take it to the voters. But if it's something that's gonna cost in excess of so many dollars, then if you're gonna put one project out there, then put them all, right? Let's not cherry pick what we wanna take to the voters, whether it's binding or non-binding. Now, I do have a question, Mr. Gwen. When we've had propositions make it to the ballot for charter amendments, it could either be council initiated or through signatures, right? The people can ask, I want this on the ballot, right? Kind of like when Moving Laredo Forward put out propositions that the council had to call an election for charter amendments, right? Can the public ask for a non-binding election through signatures the same way you do it for propositions?
Okay, if I may, this is new. we pretty much created it this time around. So in black is what was originally there. And before, the only thing that people can petition for is to overturn an ordinance. But then, just from observing, there was mention of taking things to the public. So we drafted this, and so this is the new powers. And it's a start, to be honest. All it is if you want a binding election, you're proposing an ordinance, and you think that you want the public to give the final say. So if they say approve it, it's just an ordinance. You don't have to have another referendum to overturn it. It's just an ordinance. Just that you put that not abdicate, but you want to have the public give the final say, right? Non-binding is this last section here, and that just asking the public for their guidance. But if I may, you can also just go do a survey, which is a poll, but it's not at the election time and costly. It's maybe another vehicle that you can use. So you have the ability to survey. You can do a non-binding election poll, or you can do a binding election to ratify, in essence, your ordinance.
Yes, go ahead.
I really like that we have this, option now, but I also want to point out anything over, $50 million in our current capital improvement plan is basically going to be something that would have to go to the voters to be voted on anyway as a CO bond, because our entire budget for last year for all the projects combined in the CIP was 32 million plus the 12 million from so anything this big is going to already have to go to the voters anyway if we do a bond referendum to pay for this. So but I like having this non-binding election to get more general feelings about what people are thinking and kind of give us guidance on a direction to go, not necessarily like these specific, detailed yes or no questions, but more open-ended, ways of getting an idea of where they want our emphasis to be going. That's another way to use it. But anyway, Mayor, if I may motion to extend the meeting to 11.
Second.
Motion to extend the meeting, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
So looking at item number 3, does the public believe that city council members should receive pensions? And once again, this is an item that we've discussed here on council, and there is not a satisfactory answer for it. So taking the pulse, I would just, caution us that if we're going to take the pulse of the public, the pension, put the salary issue up there, if the public expresses a disapproval, let's say with the pensions, and it comes back to council, we heard from the Texas Municipal Retirement System that in order for us to not receive pensions, the entire City of Laredo employees have to not receive pensions. If you're going to suggest something that doesn't have a clear resolution, it seems to me that you are provoking voters without a clear path forward. And so that can be something that we here determine at council. We don't have to use exactly this phrasing. I just think we need to keep that in mind when we're proposing issues to go before a non-binding resolution, that we or referendum, that we think about what the consequences will be, because there will be consequences from asking voters to give an opinion, and then if we don't have something to show for it, it just will lead to a lot of frustration.
And that's why it's mainly tied to an ordinance that you're already proposing. That way, they're rejecting or accepting it, as opposed to something open-ended that forces you to take some action. If I may, Mr. Rodriguez got further guidance from TMRS regarding the pension.
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Council, Mr. Mayor. So we refined our questions to the Texas Municipal Retirement System, and it was based on the information or what this council asked us to look at, whether or not it was legally permissible for this body to be removed from the pension, and there is one mechanism, as I spoke to Ms. Christine Sweeney, who is the Chief Legal Officer for TMRS. She did inform me that if this body were to vote that to decertify themselves as a department, meaning to say that we no longer are expected to work 1,000 hours, then once that vote took place, then any members here right now that are putting into their pension can no longer put any more money into that pension, okay? And this body would no longer be considered a department that is expected to work at least 1,000 hours. However, whatever money that would be in there would stay in there unless TMRS would tell you to take it out, but it would just be the contributions that you've been putting in so far. So
Now, what was the opinion on the future council members?
It would exclude all future council members, and it would prohibit this body from continuing to make contributions to TMRS. But the money would remain in there unless it is not a sufficient amount, then it would be given back to you.
What's yours will remain yours, just that you can stop further participation among yourselves and prevent the future council members from participating if you either are no longer a department or you certify that you work less than 1,000 hours.
Correct.
All right, now the next question, would that be an individual initiative from each council member, or it has to be a group?
No, this as a class, Mayor.
A group. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, with that new information, it would not say that you're saying we do work less than 1,000 hours a year. It's just there would not be a requirement to work 1,000 hours a year.
That is correct.
We'd be certifying that as a class, you all do not work 1,000 hours a year. Right?
But my point is, just because I was paying attention to what he said, he said it would not be required to work 1,000. We could still work over 1,000 hours, like most of us do, I think.
But you'd be lying.
No, there a requirement, because what Joaquin said was we could certify that we're not required to work over 1,000 hours, not stopping us from working over 1,000 hours. Just want to clarify that. Joaquin, I don't know if you said it not the way you wanted to, but the way you said it was it just wouldn't require us to work 1,000 hours.
That is what I said, and that's after my conversations with the Chief Legal Officer. The Chief Legal Officer, the way she said, as long as there is a decision that this department is not required, or the people within the department are not required to work 1,000 hours, then that can be a decertification. But it would ultimately be the decision of this body, and the way in which that they make that decision and the requisite amount of votes.
Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead.
So we'd be basically allowing ourselves to work less than 1,000 hours instead of committing to a minimum of 1,000 hours. So we'd be working less than the 1,000 hours because it's all tied to the 1,000 hours.
That is correct, ma'am.
So
that is also correct. You
if
would
we
be saying, yeah, you essentially you can say this department is not required to work more than 1,000 hours.
So then we'd be lying. If we would have to lie and say we don't work at least 1,000 hours a year because part-time employees are not eligible because they don't hit that 1,000-hour mark. But so we'd be saying we don't work the 1,000 hours even though we do, just so we don't have to contribute into the system.
I'm going to call Vanessa here. Going back to my philosophy days, it's a conjunction. So in order to qualify for the pension, you have to be a department and you have to certify that you all work over 1,000 hours. So the flip side, if you negate that, you just negate one or the other, right? You're either not a department or you don't work 1,000 hours.
Okay, Mayor.
All right.
Okay, Mayor, Zone, you're giving the previous answer that you gave in the past. Joaquin is entering new information into the record. You're using the same language that you used months ago and January of 2023. Joaquin is sitting here giving us brand new information. So that is not what he just said. He said we could decertify it by saying we're not required to work 1,000 hours a year. Okay, that's what he's saying. He's not saying we don't work 1,000 hours a year. He's saying we can decertify it based on the conversation he had with Austin, saying that we're not required to work 1,000 hours a year. That's what he's saying. Not that we don't. There's no line saying we're not required to. And that's what we could, based on what he just said, new information has been entered into the record. We could suggest, or we could decide, I don't think today because it's not technically an item, but in a future agenda item, we could say we're going to decertify ourselves from the pension plan henceforth and say that we're not requiring ourselves to work 1,000 hours. No one's checking our timesheets, making sure we're working 1,000 hours a year. Okay, that's already not a thing. So my point is, we could decertify it moving forward. We wouldn't have to contribute, and we wouldn't be required to work 1,000 hours a year, even if we all do. And then, it would be, this is information that we're getting, that we can indeed do it. So,
Go ahead.
I was going to mention that Councilmember King mentioned that there's no item, and I think Councilmember Cigarroa's item does have that. So I'll make a motion to bring up item 63C2, just for purposes of discussion, since it's already on the agenda and the council can already hear and fully discuss that. Hopefully by the time Joaquin gets back. No, I think we can have a discussion.
So discussion of possible action to rescind the classification of elected officials as designated department of the city and remove them from employment as city employees in recognition of their status as simply elected officials who are not entitled to regular employee benefits and any other matters incident thereto. And so this does go into the discussion that we were just having.
But in essence, yes, if you negate one of those two, then you can decertify or prevent yourselves from participating in the pension.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I mean, did Joaquin go get any information to make sure that what he's saying, or did he step out for another reason?
He's getting the letter, but to be honest, council members, there's that word required is not in any statute, so it's not going to be something you can turn on.
All right.
However, you can get the same effect by just saying, we're not a department, or we don't work 1,000 hours. Whether you're required to or not, you can just say, we don't work 1,000 hours.
So that's why we want the public to give us their feeling, non-binding, of course. Because if we act on our own, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. So the public will be very helpful to make our decision.
May I redirect her?
Yes, go ahead.
So what happens to the certification the city manager made? Not Mr. Neb, but, when it was done?
It'd be a changed circumstance.
Yes, go ahead.
So what happens to council members that have been vested or are vested currently? What happens to them?
What's yours is still yours. You're not going to have to reimburse it because there's going to be some tax consequences. So what's yours is yours, just you wouldn't participate going into the future, just like any new council member would not participate either.
So, may I redirect?
Yes, go ahead.
So you have council members that have left this council that would continue to get their pension benefits, their match, and their investment return as per state statute. You have sitting council members that will potentially get vested, right, after their reelection, right? But in other words, what's done is done, and you're going to just affect everything moving forward and the newly elected.
Yes.
But those that already got what they got, there's nothing there, which, in my opinion, I think, is in a way unfair, right, for the sitting council members and those moving forward, if you can't remove anything from the ones that have already received their benefit. Is that accurate?
Yes, you can't, it's only going forward.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
how many council members would that be if the pension was passed in 2019?
be honest, I'm not sure, council members.
The only difference, if I may answer that question briefly,
Yes, go ahead.
it was 2019, but years of service went retro according to state law, right?
Mayor, to date, there's only been one person that has received the benefit, the pension benefit after they left office.
Who's that?
Mayor Pete Sines.
Because of the age, right?
Because of his
But
age.
there's,
So in order for you to receive a full pension from the city, there's three elements. You have to have 1 year of service with the city of Laredo at any age, 5 years of service, age 60, or a disability retirement through the TMR system. Those are the three ways.
And you're vested after 5, so
Yes, sir.
if you have 5 years of service and your money stays there till you're 60,
Correct.
you will pull a pension with 5 years of service and age of 60. That's a
Correct.
qualifying factor.
Yes, sir.
So to answer Councilmember Cigarroa's question, that would probably, in my estimation, be the former council member for District 1, the 2 former council members for District 2, not the former council member for District 3, myself, former Mayor Sines, the former council member for District 7, and the former council member for District 8, before all of us here. So it's a handful.
And what happens also, Mayor and council members, every December 31st, those accounts that are active and that the accounts are still active at that point, they pick up interest earnings every year until they're eligible to retire. That's what's going to happen to those accounts.
That's state law.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, we had a motion on the table.
What was it?
It was about sending on the mayor's item or no? No? Okay.
Do we have a motion, pending?
Mayor, did Joaquin have something to say? Or,
Yeah, I believe this is it right here. This is the guidance that was received, and it says no longer regularly required. Again, it's a way for you to decertify and say, we don't work 1,000 hours, we're not required to work 1,000 hours, no one's keeping track of your time. Come on, you're the council members, you control. So you have that ability. That's what we're saying. So if you want to vote, and 5 of you say, or more, say, we're going to either not be a department, or we're not gonna certify that we work 1,000 hours, whether we're required to or not, as a group, you can do that. And if you want to say, this is what we propose, and we want to send it to the people to vote, we can do that as well.
I think the item was to see what the poll is, and non-binding, of course, because we were gonna be stuck to that decision.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we brought up my item, which was to rescind the classification. And I know we're getting caught up in the weeds here. We do, we are part-time officials. We are a salary that's, some would say, more than that. Just because an ordinance was placed directing the city manager in 2019 to say that we work 1,000 hours, which again, most of us work over that, doesn't, and just, if we're asking, I mean, again, there's no accountability here as to how many hours we do work or we don't work. And I, for one, would like to move that we move forward with this with this item.
Right.
Second for discussion, Mayor?
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Has it been seconded already? Second, okay, go ahead.
And I just wanted to make sure that this motion would not affect my colleagues' health insurance, you know. I don't have the city's health insurance, but I know some of my colleagues do. And if we lived in a country where health insurance was available for everybody and it was easy to access, it wasn't binding to your employer, you know, it wouldn't be as big of a deal. But I know, some of my colleagues and their families depend on the health insurance. So I just wanted to make sure that any action today related to this would not affect health insurance for my colleagues.
It would.
Okay, if I may, and again, this is to orient ourselves. you all are elected officials. You have been classified as an employee for pension purposes. You've been classified as an employee for health benefits as well. If you want to say you're not employees at all, yes, it could affect your health benefits. Or you can just say you're trying to opt out of the pension. So it's what you wish. We can affect it if you all vote for that. But if the motion is to say you're not employees across the board, it could affect your health benefits. And as far as your health benefits go, you can opt in and out individually. You're not required to stay in as a class, unlike the pension where you have to be all in or all out.
Mayor? Oh, yeah, if Councilmember Alyssa Figueroa would accept an amendment to her
But there's a motion first.
It's offered an
I'm asking for an amendment to her motion about, decertifying, and to make it strictly to, decertifying, from the, use of the pension, from henceforth.
All right, right now there's a motion and a second.
And they just amended it.
You amended it, all right, okay. That's amended.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
If we go the undesignated department, what happens to the council assistants and all the work we do with our offices here and stuff?
Those, Mayor, those employees are under the city manager's office.
But they wouldn't be able to assist?
I don't think that would have any impact. They're still gonna have to service you all and service the city.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
So we would no longer receive W-2s then? We would be 1099 contractors? And we would have no, commitment level to the city to, we would be basically letting ourselves off the hook of having to work at least 1,000 hours when I think the public expects more from us every year, demands and expects us to be more visible, more available, do more things. And here we're going backwards to say, we're not gonna be responsible for at least 1,000 hours. We're not gonna be responsible for any minimum. And is that accurate?
It can be done different ways.
But 1099, are we gonna be 1099s or W-2s? Because if we're W-2s for tax purposes, we're employees.
You're gonna be
Well, then we're
W-2.
employees for tax purposes.
Mayor, it depends the conversation. If we're talking about taxes, then it's under the IRS. You all, as elected officials, are considered an employee. Under our benefits plan, we have our elected officials as an employee. On the TMRS pension, there's qualifiers that you must be, so it depends what the conversation is. For employee purposes of the IRS, this is why you get the W-2 and not the 1099. It depends.
Any other questions?
Mayor, I have one question. If we have a city council member that was an employee of the city, they had their pension up to the point where they take office, they have a pension now within the structure. I'm assuming that if we do this, then that city council member no longer has the pension or it stops.
The contribution stops, but then later on, as we did in the other proposition, if he returns back as a city employee, that continues.
So there would be a break in service, so.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then the other comment I have is that the pension and the regular employee benefits statement is in an ordinance. So any action, if you vote to take this action, an ordinance will have to come back and be corrected, just so you're aware of the process. So it's not done with this one. There'll be an ordinance that says this is the council's action or the council's wish, and it'll be a first reading and a second reading of that. So you're gonna have to walk through that ordinance adjustment.
All right, what we're doing right now is just asking the public. We're non-binding, it's just a poll of the public.
So, just Mayor, if I may, for point of clarification, we're voting on the item that Councilmember Cigarroa that I moved up, that's under her sponsorship, not the propositions. So her motion, if I'm correct, is to decertify that council works the 1,000 hours so that the pension moving forward after the ordinance is brought back for it to be decertified, which would probably throw us into January.
Mayor,
meeting unless there's
could I
special.
check with Mr. Maldonado? Did the mayor put a motion on the table for the 63A1? Or there was not a motion, and no second on that?
So that
the
motion trumps
conversation-
the original motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have only one motion on the floor. All right.
Okay, call for the question?
Sir,
Oh,
sorry, what's the motion, sir? Can you repeat the point of order? What's the
Go ahead
motion?
and repeat it.
Well, so, to clarify what Mr. Ned just said, this would be asking management to work on an ordinance that would come back to us as an introductory ordinance, or as,
It would be an introductory and then a second reading, right?
or could it at least come back as perhaps a staff report? Well, I don't know.
I think it's better to bring it back as an introductory ordinance, and then that way you can have your full discussion and everything at that point as well too, so.
Could we at least entertain?
Well, that's your motion already.
Yes, this is my motion, yes.
There's a motion, a second.
Okay,
And the amendment to,
Tyler King, second.
All right. Do you have a question? All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion fails.
I'll make a motion to approve 63A, as you put it on the table. I would hope that maybe, and since your item, Mayor, says, and any other matters incident there too, that just like we have a, charter review commission, that we maybe have a binding and non-binding, proposition election commission. That way, if there's something that we want to propose, that they review it. If there's anything else they feel that should go to the voters, that maybe it's also reviewed. I don't know if that's something the council would entertain. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because we have time between now and, February, unless it's something that the bond committee also wants to recommend. This governing body doesn't have to do any of that, but, I'll make a motion to approve 63A, as written, to also include the binational park, and, that the, that it be brought back, I'm assuming, with maybe some sort of proper verbiage for the council to review and for there to, in other words, the questions going to the public, right? But what I'm trying to say is that this would go under like not committee report, but staff report, right? To where it's taken in as something for the, bond committee maybe to consider. I mean, I don't know, it's like, we're trying to put a procedure here together for something that doesn't exist. That's why I'm a bit conflicted as to how we treat it, rather than today's vote just meaning these 4 questions or 3 questions go directly to the voters.
All right, that's your motion. Did you, somebody second?
Mayor,
Second? Yeah, go ahead.
So, with all due respect, I think it's a mistake. I think the better path forward is to create some type of structure, some type of committee, some type of procedure to get a process formalized. And I think that we really are playing with fire if we don't understand that this bond collection, the election coming up in May, should be the only focus that we're asking our voters. It is a big financial commitment. We want to make sure they understand all of it, and throwing in half-formed questions that do not have right now solutions or proposals behind them, it just seems as if we're putting the really critical bond election, a very serious proposal in front of our voters. We put that at risk when we add in these whims of trying to find out what public sentiment is. I think that this procedure could be established, and we could get some very good information from the public if it is well thought out and there are procedures in place to see it move forward with intelligible language, and that the result will mean something for our voters. And so I would respectfully ask that we pull back a little bit with the asking voter sentiment so we can focus on the May bond election with very serious issues, get those procedures in place, and then it can move forward apart next November.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So just to kind of go back to the questions, Mayor, that you wanted to ask the public, I think asking the public if they want part-time or full-time is important for us to figure out, because if they're telling us that they want full-time, then us decertifying our positions wouldn't make sense. So I think 1 and 2 would be good, and then Councilmember Torres said he wanted to take the binational park. Asking the public if they want us to spend $500 million on that project or not would be a good question to ask as the number 3 question. If Councilmember, if you'd be willing to modify your, amend your motion for number 3 question to include that one, and maybe wait on this number 3 question, because if it comes back that the public wants us working part-time or less than part-time, then of course we would decertify, or we would, but if they expect us to work full-time, then decertifying our positions would be in conflict.
Mayor,
Is that an amendment?
That's what I was suggesting.
Asking for an amendment.
I'll accept the amendment, but again, Mayor, just for purpose of discussion, yes, Councilmember Melissa Cigarroa has a very good point. We need to establish the mechanism for how we're gonna move forward with these questions, right? So that was part of my motion, that, you know, we move forward with this item, I guess, as the quote-unquote guinea pig, right, as to what mechanism will be created. Now, if legal comes back and says we don't have enough time or management to create a mechanism between now and February, then so be it, right? We have this still available for us to put it in the November election if the governor calls for some sort of special amendments in November of 25, or it's taken in May of 26 or November 26, right? So there's different options. Again, we're literally reinventing something here, right, other than the way we handle propositions. I find it kind of conflicting how we're giving this bond election so much importance, yet in the same, there's an argument about these non-binding questions where voter participation might not be sufficient. Then if that's the case, why are we taking anything to the voters in May for the bond? Let's do it in an election cycle. But we can't be cynical and say, oh, let's do the bond election in May, but let's not do this because I don't agree with this part, but let's do the bond election. And if people go out and vote, great, and if they don't, both would be as significant and valuable. So we can't argue something for one election and then use that, the contrary, to argue not putting something on the ballot. I will tell you that and Councilmember King usually says, Councilmember Torres is the political science major on the council. If you two are? Yeah, okay, so you're gonna agree with me on this, that maybe putting something like this on the ballot in May will distract the voters from the bond election, is my opinion. And any negative, I mean, we just saw it, the voters voted all the propositions in favor. So you'll see it. It's seldom when you see voters vote some things up and some things down. They're either gonna vote everything up or they're gonna vote everything down. And that is why I'm saying, let's take these into advisement. Let's establish that mechanism and let's review them. And maybe we can task the Charter Review Commission to review them if we choose to do so. I mean, there's already a committee there, and now rename that committee and put Charter Review / binding, non-binding election committee or something. But there's a lot of pros and cons, and I agree with the mayor. I like these binding, non-binding, polls, for lack of a better word, but they're elections, because if we put other things, like for example, a water park, I can guarantee you the people will speak volumes in asking for that amenity that they've waited for the last 30 years, right? But for whatever reason, we do different things. But I think it's good that you put this on, Mayor. My motion is still that we move forward with it under advisement. Let's have legal digest it. It's a good start, right? Doesn't mean we're already sending this to the ballot, but it's a good start to start setting putting out there whatever it is that legal and management will come back to us with. And again, it's a non-binding motion, right? I mean, it's not going to the ballot yet. It's just let's task management and legal to review this and let them come back in December, I don't know, maybe even January, right? Once you have your newly fully elected council here to move forward with it. It still gives you 6 to 8 weeks before that deadline to do something.
Right, and the idea of this is, we should not be afraid of the will of the people if we give them the right information. I mean, that's valid. So we can go ahead and do it.
Right, so
All right.
there's a motion and a second.
There's a motion and a second.
Point of order, can we have what the motion is at the end of the day?
It's directing, to move forward, with the items and for management to come back with a recommendation to council.
With a mechanism.
With a mechanism, yes.
And it includes the mayor's items listed in the Binational Park.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry? Oh, and as amended by Councilmember Vanessa Perez. Right, remove the third because it conflicts with number 2, or something to that effect.
What is, if you're, why are we so, I just don't understand why we're so insistent on paying into the pension. Those that chose the unaccountable route for the allowances are paying a higher amount into the pension as a part-time employee. You're paying taxes on those allowances, so yes, you are. And regardless if we are full-time or part-time, why be insistent on being a part of the pension plan? And so I can't vote for this.
All right.
I have one more clarification, Mayor.
All right.
Because the binational park kind of got thrown into the bucket. But, Mr. Chavez, do you mind sharing with us a little bit about the binational park? Because this has been an issue since the beginning. The $500 million price tag isn't a real thing. And so it's going to need to be clarified and worked on, which I think is fair. I mean, I think that's, a great thing to do. I think it will be time consuming. But the way that the binational park is listed in the CIP is with the overland projections for, a 20, 30-year project that at the end of the day would end up being $500 million. But if you were to look at the specification for the amounts that are intended to be spent for this to come to fruition, not all of them are city expenditures, right? So there is a $42 million expenditure for security on the border, on the Vega, excuse me. And that expenditure, if you look at what the Customs and Border Patrol road project is, that pretty much is that $42 million. So those are federal dollars being spent on behalf of the development of the Vega, which is not a price tag that ends up being to the city. So I suppose, I think that's the big misunderstanding, or it seems to set up a lot of alarms when this number is thrown out because of how it's phrased in the CIP. But the CIP never really fully accurately described what the costs to the city would be for that project. It's also a project that doesn't have a master plan. So right now, it's an idea. And I suppose the pulse could be taken of whether we want this idea to be out there. But
Also, can you ask for the question? We have a motion. And
yes,
second.
the question is, but you want to put on this binational park as to figure out if the public wants it or not, but it's not a fully formed project that would entail an up and down vote. I guess that's where I'm going with it. It seems as if it was put in our CIP plan as this fully formed thing, it doesn't have a master plan. The next step, and I've had discussions with Mr. Nebb about this, the next step for this is to master plan it so that people will understand what it actually is. Right now, it's a cartel park or some other idea, and,
What is your question?
my question is, why is the binational park, if it's not fully formed, being included in this proposal? It's gonna require, in order for it to get included, it's going to require more development and more attention that it is seen, which is not a bad thing, but it's going to require engineering to do things that a master plan would be better suited to do. Because we're gonna ask our engineering department to come up with some of these real projections about what this will look like. And these are just ideas. This is not,
Well,
a
Mayor,
fully formed
if I
project.
could just
Okay,
answer
so we're
that
gonna-
real quick. Those, Ramon Chavez, City Engineer Record, those numbers were based on the presentation that was given to the ambassador, when he came down to
From
look at that.
Overland, yes.
Right, from Overland. And so that was a group of projects based on what they were presenting, their vision for this binational park. And that's all it was. It's a very preliminary number. There's a set of groups of ideas and projects that we would have to break down. Again, the number that we included on the CIP is for that same reason. If this is going to be funded, then that's the number that we were looking at based on that presentation by Overland.
right,
All
but
right.
it made the assumption that the city would be on the hook for all that money. And that isn't the case.
Well, yeah, it would depend how this is gonna be phased out, and how it's gonna be master planned, so it'll depend on all those
Mayor,
components.
Mayor, may I step in as well too?
Yeah, go ahead.
In your item, you have the three items listed. I know it's all topic of the conversation, but the three items on there, I would say is closer to what the agenda item was for that conversation.
There is a motion and a second. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Two opposed.
3 opposed.
Motion passes.
3 opposed. All right, next item.
Next item.
6382.
I was gonna make a quick, if you don't mind, motion to just bring back, item number 26 about our election locations. I've got some new information. Okay, if you don't, Mayor, if we could get a vote on this.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I promise.
Opposed?
Go ahead. Thank you, it's very quick. Just, we're talking earlier about Laredo Medical Center and that site for the runoff election for District 4, getting moved to Laredo, the specialty hospital, which I've learned has a even smaller parking lot. And Laredo Medical Center was the second most commonly used election site during the presidential election, and it went really well overall, according to hospital administration. And parking was not an issue. They have over 1,000 parking spaces, and this is going to be a District 4 runoff election, which is going to have much less voters than a November general presidential election. So I would ask that we consider adding Laredo Medical Center back because that's where people are used to voting against the second most commonly used location in the city. I'm worried that it could depress the vote in an already depressed general runoff election. And so my motion would be to keep Laredo Medical Center as a voting site and instead of Laredo Specialty Hospital.
All right, can we come back to that item, or is it?
Yes.
Just a new item, okay.
Just bringing it back up.
Okay, motion and second. All in favor? Opposed?
It doesn't pass, Mayor.
Motion passes. Well, the motion doesn't pass.
The motion doesn't pass.
Maybe Councilmember Gonzalez would like to vote on it.
We already voted.
No, but
Well,
5,
why-
hold on. Point of order, Mayor.
Point of order, yeah.
The motion does pass, because, the motion does not
That
pass.
does not pass.
Because the ones that voted against were Rangel, Torres, the mayor,
Yeah,
Gutierrez, and Perez.
yeah, 5-0.
So the motion does not pass.
Does not
There was
pass.
a majority against it.
All right,
So we move on.
all right. Next item.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to, I think staff is waiting for supplemental number 3.
Yes.
To be approved, so motion to bring up supplemental agenda item number 3.
And number 2. Number 2 is just an update to make sure
Number
you
3, I
know.
think, is the one you need approved, right?
Yeah, we need the IT approved. And it's ready to go. We just need your.
Motion to approve supplemental item number 3.
Motion, any second? Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Next item
Next
is,
up.
your item, Mayor. Discussion with possible action on the voting system.
Okay, that would be 63 to A2. Discussion with possible action and information to the public on status of property formerly known as Mercy Hospital property and any matters related thereto. Yeah, I'll place this item, however, to the owners and we have reached out to the owners asking for a tabling of this item because they have a conflict with their schedule. So,
Mayor, before you table, I wanted to see if there was a possibility, and unless you want to table it, I'll respect that. If there's going to be any discussion, that it be done in executive session, but due to pending litigation, to get something behind closed doors, the owners couldn't be with us anyways behind closed doors, right? So do you have any information to share with us in executive session?
We do not have enough for you.
Management?
Mayor, I would say that if we were gonna have a conversation on this, it should happen in a closed session first because of our pending litigation within the building. So,
Your call.
all right, so I'd like to motion to table it.
Second.
Motion, passes. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Number 3, discussion with possible action on status of the city council electronic management training and voting system for council members and any matters related thereto. Now, this is pretty straightforward. A lot of money was paid for this system in front, and would like to start getting the training if possible, or the implementation of the system.
Mayor, may I be heard?
Go ahead.
So I actually was a council member that proposed this, right? And I thought we were going to have something very, very simple, very similar to what you see at the Senate and the House, right? All we needed was a chart up there and on this other side or behind us, with maybe 3 buttons, for, against, abstain, right? Green light for, red light against, yellow light neutral, meaning, we abstain, we went out, and sometimes the more sophisticated technology is not the best, right? We sometimes need the simplest thing, and I figured we'd have either like a little switch or a button that we would press. That did not end up resulting with what we got. We got a system that required mouse operation, the mayor recognizing it, and kind of a bit complicated for us to expedite the meeting and move forward, right? So I'd like to make a motion, Mayor, to instruct management to go out and look for a simple mechanism that allows us to vote for, against, or neutral, that the boards be put up, that maybe we have a scroller or something on the screen for people watching at home to see how each council member votes. We don't have to have our names up there, maybe just District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and mayor, so that the public sees how the vote is happening. But something simple, right, is what we should have gotten 2 years ago. That's my motion.
Second.
Discussion.
Go ahead,
How
discussion.
much did the system cost? And it really isn't that complicated to maneuver, and we
can't see it at home.
But they can.
Good
It would
evening,
show
Mayor
up
and
on,
City
it would
Council.
show up on,
Evening, go ahead.
sorry, it
Good
would
evening,
show up
Mayor
on
and
the
City Council.
screen.
So this system, and I'm here kind of speaking for PIO at this point. This system that was not brought in through IT, but what I would recommend, if y'all's request is to have us look into a simpler system, or maybe even improving what we've got today, that what I would recommend is that you allow me to work with PIO look at the options with the current system, see if we can improve what it does. And if it can't, and we can't make it simpler for you all, then we would look for something else that might fit the bill better. I can't answer the question about how much it costs. That's not something I have any information on at this moment.
Mayor, I'd be happy to bring something back with this. One of the challenges we have is that when we adjust the agenda, that's what causes some of the strife within the system. We can't move the items fast enough to keep up with the agenda adjustments. So I think going back to Councilmember Torres's thought process of getting something very simple, it might be a better way to do that, because the problem with the agenda is that if we keep moving things around on the agenda, we can't set up the entire structure. I think that's what Mr. Maldonado would tell you as well too.
When items are moved up.
And so if, I would rather put together the answer on the dollar amounts, and just so you have a full picture.
Well, it may be a good practice in actually following the agenda.
Direct the chair, please.
Well, I still have the mic, but yes, I'm just making a comment that it would actually be a great practice in following the agenda that we receive.
So we can bring back a more detail on this one for you, since you've got it on the agenda, if that's acceptable.
Okay.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
So, I agree with Councilmember Lisa Segarroa that, if we could follow the agenda, and Mayor, I think carrying your items at the front of the agenda makes perfect sense, and those usually come up, and so we could list those first and then go through city business and then deal with our items at the end. But I cannot believe we're talking about throwing out a tens of thousands of dollars, if not more, system, because we will not sit down to take the training to learn how to use it. It does everything that it needs to do. It records our votes. It shows it to the public. We can slow down the transitions so that if in the rare case, hopefully in the rare case, there's a time to bring up an agenda item that will give you time to input it. We can just account for that time. But this idea that we would toss a several $1,000 system because we won't sit with it and figure out, it's like any new technology, you have to sit with it and practice it in order for it to become second nature. And the whole point of installing it was so that the public could see the vote more clearly. We would have a queue system so that the mayor could see who was waiting in line to speak. It would be more orderly. All of that, this system is capable of doing. And so I would just urge my colleagues that instead of tossing out the system, we work with it to make sure that it cannot serve our needs. And then, of course, you would follow a different path. But we need to treat with greater respect taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Mayor, so what I'll do is I'll withdraw my motion, and I'll make a new motion to have staff put together a report so that at the beginning, effective the meeting in January of 2025, that the system, if y'all deem it is what we need, then between now and then, figure something out to make it work, because I'll be watching at home starting January, so I want to see how everybody's voting. The rare times that I won't be here at public comments, okay?
All right. Next item? Next item?
So Tyler, you're next.
Yeah.
Oh,
63B.
yes, so we actually got to it. It's the third meeting. Okay, 4 minutes to go. So basically, this is just a request to consider. I recently, there was a request to change some zones around, and there was concern that a gas station could be built next to a school. And I said, oh, don't worry. I mean, gas stations can't be built within 500 feet of a school. And then it turned out that was not true in Laredo. There are other cities that do that, which is what EPA recommends, to not have new gas stations be built within 500 feet of schools. And I've seen some consider residences and hospitals, child care facilities as well, to protect the public and children, especially from benzene and other harmful emissions. So, my motion is to forward this to the Planning and Zoning Commission to consider, along with legal, looking at option and weighing the pros and cons, and have them potentially, if they deem it appropriate, bring it back to us in the form of an
Second.
ordinance.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay, and then this is a quick one. Basically, there's all these complaints about how we can't pay for things online, whether it's the library, whether it's the metro, whether it's parking, whether it's, my wife got a bill about our alarm system, and only one way to pay it was like was it down there in person? I don't know. Couldn't do it online, It's like, why can't we just, and people want to give us money, like sponsors want to donate money. We don't have a way to let them give us their money in so many different departments. So I just want us to have I know you don't have a lot of time, so my motion
I
is-
do have an answer. for you.
Okay, in 2 minutes.
So Mayor, City Council, Joe Rivera, IT, for the record. Councilman, it's funny you bring this up because we are actually in the process of testing two things that will be of interest. We are looking at starting making utilities payments through a mobile app. We're hoping to take that live here in February. And we are also building an online portal that will centralize all city services that will allow us to take payments over that online portal. We are planning on starting that with, our pilot right now is to take garage sale permits as a pilot, but going forward, we intend to add additional services to that portal. And hopefully at one point here, within the next 4 to 6 months, we hope to have something where anyone in the community could go online and pay any of our services that we provide to the community through this portal.
There's something miraculous about putting items on the agenda. Things just automatically get done, no, I'm kidding. The timing's just coincidence, but okay. Thank you very much. I'll take all the credit for this. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I can?
Yes, go
Does
ahead.
this also address the issues that we've brought up with, like the business process and them paying for different aspects?
working
Or
on
is this
it.
just?
It will
Part of
eventually,
it.
I'm sorry.
That's part of it, that's the reason that
1 minute
we've been
left.
pushing that.
Yes, and we are gonna leverage, right now, building is already taking some payments through Click2Gov. We are leveraging that same system, and we intend to actually hopefully get that tested this week. We talked about that
Okay.
today, with the intent to take that live here within the next week or so.
Okay.
No, well, before you do that, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we include all the non-discussed items in the.
Too late.
No, it's the time here, not on your phones.
It's-
It's the time that the public is sealing. Mayor, point of order, I have the floor.
10:59.
So, motion to include all the items that were not discussed in the next meeting.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
You can now make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Meeting adjourned.